councillors that are going to have their birthdays in August, but there are still birthdays that must still come, which I've mentioned at our previous council meetings. So they must still enjoy their birthday. It's the mayor on the 28th of the 6th. Councillor Cornelius had his on the 21st, and then 29, it's still going to be Councillor Lechava and Councillor Acker. Then, councillors, if we go to our agenda, you will see we've got you must now take your pen and make some notes, because there's going to be some changes to the agenda. I3, which is under the speaker, is going to be dealt with by the mayor under section B. Then C3 on our agenda is about the appointment of an APEC member as well as a chairperson. So that we will move to our in-committee section. We will deal with that in our in-committee section, in closed session. And then I am going to add an E11. That is a report on the Gender Mainstreaming Action Plan, E11. Then for those who have attended our workshop, there was a presentation done by Mr. Joel in connection with the status report on the Human Settlement Sector Plan. That was omitted in our agenda. So we are going to deal with that as an item under H6. Under H6. So that is from me. So I hope you have made, but as we go through, I will just remind councillors. Then on C1, there will be 2 councillors who will be confirmed with aldermanship today. So it's not as it is on the agenda, only 1. It will be 2 councillors. It will be Advocate Van Niekerk as well as Councillor Lechava. Thank you, councillors. Proceed, Councillor Vanolia.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to know, but OC3, which is the appointment of a PEC member in the TPC. Why now we are discussing it in committee? Because it has been in open agenda, even previous when we were discussing what Peter and others. Why now, even the series were there. Why now we are taking it to the committee? Because I think it's already on the public domain.
Thank you. I had a discussion with the MM as well about that. And the feeling was seeing that we now are going to talk about names and people, but I will be guided by the MM as well. That's why I felt that we must move it into in committee, because I think if we're going to speak on the people that are proposed to be a member, or things, there are some discussions around that person that is going to come out. So if you will also maybe just add. Switch off.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if I may remind you, my question was exactly what Councillor Gumubele is asking, as to why is this item in committee, and you explained to me that there were certain reasons that why it must go to in committee. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MM Maya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it would just be fair, the question raised by Councillor Gumubele, because I can't recall how we dealt with this item in the past. If somebody could just remind us, because if we did deal with it in this manner in the past, then it should then also not be a transmission. And correctly so, as the agenda stands, it's already in the public domain.
Thank you, Maya. Maya, I'm just consulting here with legal. Okay, I will just ask advocate just also to give us some guidance. Then we will proceed. Alderman De Vries, you want to come in?
No, Speaker, there was a question by the executive mayor. I just wanted to remind him that we did have it in the agenda. And I think when we discuss audit committee, members of the audit committee, to take that in committee, we know the public start to look at why do we discuss these things in committee. While these are the people that supposed to be have oversight and very important role for this council.
Thank you very much. Then after rethinking and consulting with legal, we will keep it in on the open agenda. Mayor,
Can I just throw a curveball into it? The other confusion for me is the Poppy Act. I don't fully understand it, and you know, when is it open? When is the Poppy Act an issue? When is it not an issue? Herman is now taking pictures of me. What does the Poppy Act say to that? You know, I'm just throwing that in there that we.
Mayor, yes, that is a quite important question that you are asking. So maybe we must have a workshop where people can come, that the legal fundis can come and tell us when and what is allowed and what is not allowed. But for now, we will keep C3 then in the open agenda. Councillors, can we proceed? Okay, at 12 o'clock, we're going to have load shedding councillors. So when we get to 12 o'clock, then all systems will be off just for a few seconds, I think, and then we will be back on again. Thanks to ESCOM. Alderman De Vries.
Thank you, Speaker. And another matter that I want to raise on the communication, and please, Executive Mayor, I said last time, leave my mother-in-law in peace, for peace. So, please, that I don't use as excuse. Speaker, in the last council meeting, we took a decision in terms of that we will be furnished with the Section 5 notice, if I'm correct, the name Section 5. We haven't received that, so I just want to know what the progress is on that. Thank you.
That was the one that I've spoken on in our previous council meeting because it is also in our minutes. Unfortunately, Councillor Alderman De Vries, we haven't received any response from the MEC yet. So it's not concluded as yet. So as soon as I'm speaking under correction and I need assistance from my colleagues. So as soon as we've received the response from the MEC, then I think it will be made available. Then it must come to an item to council.
Madam Speaker, if I remember correctly, and again, you know, we don't walk with notebooks and whatever on what, when, and where, but the way how I understood it was that the original request in its entirety, you know, the request first, the request we've received, I think council wanted to see that in the subsequent events, and when that is concluded, then it comes back again. I don't know whether I understood it correctly in the last meeting.
Maybe Councillor will.
Follow up, the Speaker, I made the recommendation, was accepted, is the letter that will be disputed. It doesn't have to be part of the agenda. The letter, the one that was sent to the office, that will.
Okay. MM?
No, there is no one.
MM, can I ask for you that we send that to councillors ASAP, please?
Thank you, Speaker. It's not an excuse, but I was not part of the meeting. I will make sure that councillors receive it before they leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MM. Councillors, then we will proceed on the agenda. My apologies,
Speaker,
Councillor.
thank you. While you're on your agenda, with all the edit items, I do not recollect that we have that in our possession. So I don't understand object. I don't know if you have, with all the edit agendas, the addendum, I don't recall that we have that.
Can I respond to that? C1 is very clear. It's the same as what is in the agenda. It's only your name that is added there. Then 8.6, it was in our workshop. It was a presentation that Mr. Joel did on the Human Settlement Master Plan. And then E1, I believe it was, I've just heard now from Advocate Kaya, that it was mailed. Can we just make sure of that, Rihanna? Is that indeed the fact?
I'm just saying, Honorable Speaker, that it's critical for us to get this thing before time. That is all I'm saying. It's a fair thing for us. Administration, before we come here, they were supposed to see that these things that ensure that all councillors have them in as part of the agenda. And now that is not the case.
Thank you, Councillor Lechaba. I am just again going to ask to you, Inen, to Rihanna, was it sent to all councillors? The conferment, but not H6 that I've added and E11. Can that be sent to them ASAP, please? So when we get to that item, I will allow caucuses to go for 10 or 15-minute break just to go through it. But as I've said, H6 is not new. We did it, we had a presentation about that in our workshop, but E11, the one about the report on gender mainstreaming action plan, that is totally new. The other two are not new. So thank you through the MM to Rihanna. Thank you for doing that. We are now at point number 7. We will have the communications by our executive mayor.
Madam Speaker and colleagues, I'm going to be very short because we pressed for time. I want us to be done with the whole council by the time it's load shedding. Madam Speaker, and it is just four warnings. We know that every time we listen to the news, the water crisis over our borders, Kabeja. How does one? Kabeja. I also struggle with that. I'm not really from, okay. So that reminds us that we also need to look after our own resources where we are. And I'm fortunate at this stage that the top 10 dams in the Garden Route, none of them are below 50%. And to be fortunate, some of the dams are in the 80% plus, 70% plus. But that must be a reminder that we must treasure our water resources. And then also, Madam Speaker, based on that, it also reminds me of our great vision of us becoming a water services authority, because then after that, the debate should then be, how do we connect municipalities to each other? You know, and with all the infrastructural grants which are available, not just in South Africa, but even at international level, that should be the kind of discussions, because I can just imagine if we were now in a position to open a valve and the water goes to Kocha municipality, which is just across our border. And if one looks at modernized states, that is what is happening in other countries. People just open valves and water run across borders. And my plea and our prayers for the people of across the border in the Eastern Cape, we feel their plight, and fortunately for us as well, and these are the discussions we are having offline, is that we have learned a couple of lessons when the city of Cape Town were in similar problems. And we as mayors, we're calling each other, we are on WhatsApp groups and we exchange things. And as I'm saying, that the sad part is the manner how we run our infrastructural resources, and the ideas, and the fact that every time we discuss matters, we put money first. That is going to be expensive to go desalination, but eventually one day climate change will push us into desalination, and by then it would be 100 times the cost whilst we're debating. But that as it may, Madam Speaker, we're fortunate at this stage. And then, Madam Speaker, we know that on TV, the Auditor General have made pronouncements on the audit reports of the municipalities, all municipalities in the country. And I know that English is not, probably all of us in, no, they don't say that. But for the majority of us, English is not our first language. And the English used by the Auditor General, or the terminology used by the Auditor General, has put us in a spin. My phone, MM's phone, and the CFO's phone were probably ringing off the hook, because it sounded as if we did not achieve a clean audit. And if one just have to go and Google and read the statement of the AG, I'm not going to repeat it, where the confusion came in, but it sounded as if Gardenerwood did not. We were grouped with what's it called? Central Karoo District. Central Karoo, yeah. I think that the word was all district municipalities sustained their original or their previous audit outcomes, except Gardenerwood and Central Karoo, Herman, if I remember correctly. And that triggered some alarm bells, because a couple of months ago, I even sent out a video singing the praises of our impact committee, everybody who've been working behind the scenes, and people were reminding me of that. Mr. Mayor, that you send out false information. Listen what the AG is saying, and you were on social media saying the total opposite. But colleagues, in a nutshell, Gardenerwood, we did achieve a clean audit. And for everybody out there, just bear in mind, we did achieve a clean audit, although I have my own political opinions on clean audits. In terms of if I have to go to Tembaletu now and say that we've achieved a clean audit, they're going to look at me and think I'm crazy. So that is just my political opinion on audits. For me, whenever it comes to audits, for me, the most crucial thing is fraud and corruption. If there's no fraud and corruption, I'm a happy mayor. That's just my opinion. For the sake of time, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That is the shortest communication by yourself. Any questions, Alderman De Vries?
I didn't intend to ask the questions, but now that they give me opportunity, I want to let's on the last part of the mayor's input on the issue about the clean audits. It was very refreshing beginning of this term, being with the AG staff at various training. They were very clear in the input that clean audit doesn't necessarily their skills and their service delivery. Now, but I think that although the importance of the clean audit, of course, is still there, we must ensure that we get the clean audit. But more important than anything else, for me, is the issue about service delivery. We should be audited against that. I think that the movement also from the manner in which we will be audited in the future, there will be more emphasis actually based basically on service delivery, and not only in terms of the financial directives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, other inputs? If there are none, MM?
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, councillors. Speaker, it's going to be very short as well. Just to maybe conclude on the issue of the audit outcomes, we have written to the Auditor General and the matter has been corrected. So if you visit their website, you will find the correct position. Secondly, on the issue of the water challenges, Speaker, we have, as MENCOM this Monday, mandated our disaster management to already look at the challenges that may be triggered in our region, to just be ready, look at the dam levels, look what is taking place. But, so we're getting ready so that we don't have such situations. Speaker, I think we can report today that the Regional Waste Facility Project is ongoing. All the municipalities are on board. We have all the letters that are necessary. We will be looking at the bank tender. We are busy with the construction tender, putting it together. I think there is a meeting this week. The minister was yesterday. I'm not sure if you have the outcome, but the minister wanted to address whatever was left by participating municipalities as a concern. So the project is ongoing. Mr. Speaker and councillors, the fuel costs are having a huge impact on all our operations. And we had projects that we have put together, for instance, for the storage of fuel at our depots. It looks like we're going to face serious challenges because all the materials are going up substantially. And people that have contracts with us are approaching us to say, but we can no longer afford this price because of the fuel price increases that you know. That is causing havoc throughout the Republic. There are people that are taking chances because they know there's volatility in the price. We have been warned that probably by next week, we might reach 27 rands per liter. And if we reach 27 rands per liter, there are certain contracts that are just going to collapse because the service providers can just not take the price. So these variation orders, the discussions, the amendments of contracts, extension of existing contracts, all those supply chain challenges are going to face us. So we just need to alert council that these fuel costs that keep going up are real. There are businesses that are going to actually close. Yesterday, we saw a letter from the CEO of Ocean Basket, South Africa, to all property owners because of the rentals that they're asking and the fuel costs to run the businesses, suggesting that there must be a roundtable to discuss whether or not we all pay or we all share what is small that is available. So Speaker, I thought maybe to just inform councillors about that going forward, we will be making a lot of changes, discussing contracts and all that, because the cost of fuel are just running out of our control. Thank you, Speaker.
Maya,
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. I almost forgot some of the important things. Although we're going to be in recess as of the end of this month, Madam Speaker, but what's going to happen is that we're going to be visited by the Deputy President. The Honorable Didi Mabuza will be in the region. I think on the 8th of July, he's going to be in George and in Mossel Bay. So the three municipalities, myself with the other two mayors, we will be part of the entourage. And I also believe that the Premier and some of the MECs and the Deputy President might come with other national ministers as well. He's in the region to hand over some farms, 2 farms, to the up and coming farmers within the region, George and Mossel Bay. So details will be communicated. As soon as I get more details, I will get our communications team to communicate that as well. But the Deputy President will be on our shores on the 8th of July. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Maya. Are you done?
Yes, Speaker, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any comments on the email's communication to us? Councillors, we proceed with our agenda, point number 9. 9.1, it is the council meeting dated 26th of April 2022. You will find it on page 11 to page 34. Are there any corrections that we must make? Any corrections? I'm not going page by page because I do believe that everybody has gone through it. Councillor Acker?
Chair, apologies, Speaker. I just want to remind the people writing the minutes, I did so on a previous occasion. There's no such a thing as the VFP. It's either the Vryheidsfront Plus or the VF Plus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Acker. That will be corrected. Alderman Lady Iona?
I want to propose that we accept these minutes. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Second that.
Thank you. Been properly proposed and seconded. Then we proceed to the next one, also on 9.1. Council meeting dated the 27th of May 2022. We find that on page 35 to page 52. Any corrections there? Councillor Acker, if they refer to the phrase front plus, has it been corrected?
Yeah, I think it was in this one where it was wrong.
Page 36, yes. On page 36, I see there it's VFP, but it must be VF and a plus sign. Plus, like in plus.
Yeah, no, Speaker. No, apologies for this. Not a plus sign, the word plus.
The word plus. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That will be corrected, Councillor Acker. The lady.
I want to propose that we accept these minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ndai.
I will second that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The minutes was duly proposed and seconded. So we go with that. Councillors, then on our next item, item number 10, is the minutes of the mayoral committee meeting in section 79 committees of 29th of March 2022. That's for noting. It's on page 53 to pages 84. Can we note that?
Noted.
Thank you, councillors. Then standing items. Items 11.1, that's appointment, service, exit, and labor relations information for April, and 11.2 is for May. The first report for April we will find on page 85 to page 92. Councillors, you must stop me if I'm going too fast. Any comments? Councillor Gungubele?
Thank you, Speaker. Enkosi Somlomo. Somlomo,
Me? Just. No, I'm just waiting for the translator.
okay.
You may proceed. Thank you.
Enkosi Somlomo, le report besike sayijonga kule ntlanganiso iphelileyo yebhula. Sathetha ngayo. But ndisena-concern because isenaba bantu bagqityiweyo baninzi. Iphinde ibe nabanye abajongene noluleko. And olu luleko xa sijonga lithetha nge-transgression of the-code of conduct. Bendifuna uqonda ke Somlomo uba akho mntu unokhathephe kwiripoti ayiowune uba kwenzeka ntoni, okanye okwesibini njengoba saphakamise izinto ingaba kukhona oqhubekayo because sasithe mhlawumbi abantu bangasiwa nakwi-trainings ukuncediswa nokwakhiwa ngokutsha ukuze bawulungele umsebenzi. Ndiyabulela.
Can you switch off the mic, Councillor? Boni?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this report served in the last council meeting and there were concerns raised regarding the number of people that were dismissed And now I can still see that the same report is back with a lot of aggravating charges against a lot of staff members. So what I would like to know is that, the issues that were raised previously, if they are going to be addressed in terms of training organized for people that are being charged. And what I also like to know is there anyone that can own this report and be able to explain to us what are the reasons why we have so many people being charged and dismissed? Thank you.
Thank you for the translation. Imam, who's going to say anybody that can respond?
Madam Speaker, I would just like to say from my perspective, as far as this is concerned, every month we have concerns regarding what is going on in this report. I just need to emphasize to council that all in this department is done to sort of support staff members, to give them the proper induction when they are appointed, and the different departments to support them if they've got problems. The employee assistance programs that we are basically running out to the majority, to the whole of the organization, to basically train staff, to equip them with what is expected of them when it comes to the code of conduct and how to behave and what our policies entail. We've got gender-based violence policy. We've got other policies when it comes to staff issues and staff relationships that needs to be workshopped, and that does get workshopped with all our staff members. But we deal with individuals, so you employ people. You think that you employ the best of the best, and then people sort of are not who they're supposed to be, or they are not who they are, and then they transgress. But in the transgression process, they do get the opportunities basically to as far as the process is concerned, and the rules are sort of set down by the bargaining council and every other union relationships or unions, whatever it's going to be. But and they do get the opportunity to have a very fair and a trial peer or a trial process that basically entitles them to sort of still appeal when there is transgression. And I just want to make it clear to everybody that as far as that's concerned, is that everybody that transgressions or that transgresses basically get the opportunity to a fair trial, and also when a sanction has been issued, that they can still appeal to what has happened and what the sanction was. So I don't know if it is maybe from and from Ms. Walshausen's side, if there's anything else that I've left out, but I want to assure you, unfortunately, like I said, we deal with individuals. People abscond, we give them the opportunity to have a job, and then they run away. They don't really want the work. And that's, what are you supposed to do? You go through the process of approaching these people when they've basically absconded and say, listen, you know, why and what, is there anything that we need to know? Is there anything that we have to improve as far as the work is concerned or the environment is concerned? But then you get those people that get the opportunity with a job to have a job, but they just don't want it. So then in that case, then I feel that we should make it available, those positions available to people that really are in need of jobs and that really want to put food on the table of their families. But I don't think there's anything that I've left out, but I'm positive that whatever happens and what happens in the process are very fair, and that people are treated the way that is expected. And I don't think anybody in this organization treats staff in an unfair way. Thank you so much.
Councillor Chava.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, for me, I still think that Elder Lady, it's not addressing the issue first of First, you could see that there's so much of contravening of disciplinary procedures and code of collection agreement. What is the nature of these transgressions first? First, we have to understand, and most of them, it's not written here. It's just telling us somehow, like for instance, the sexual harassment, that one is clear, but the others are not. So we don't know what, in terms of transgression, what is this disciplinary? Two is that one has to, as much as that there's training, there is the induction. But however, when you look at this this particular report, it clearly shows that there is a lot of unfair labor practice. It means for us that it's a concern whether the environment that the employees are operating in, if it's a conducive environment. Why so much? That's why we thought perhaps somebody needs to speak to the matters. Sometimes it could be, of not finding each other, but the report remains standing that there is so much unfair labor practice. And that means then there must be things all that council should do on those issues.
Thank you, Councillor Lechaba. Councillor Paniker.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to on a talk by say there's a lot of unfair labor practices, a little bit risky. The disciplinary process, as long as it's fair and transparent, substantial fee, within the parameters of the code of conduct, then it cannot be said it's an unfair labor practice. For transgressions, there are repercussions. Now, any disciplinary process stands on two legs, substantially fair and procedural fair. If anybody's got any proof, any evidence of any of those two legs that was not followed through, then it's fine. Then we can stand up and say, person X was trialed on that day, and procedurally it was unfair because of X, Y, and Z. That's fine. But each and every person who's charged with the transgression has got the right to be representative. They're normally represented by a union member of their choice. Then there are procedural steps to be taken right through the disciplinary process and even the processes thereafter. Now, any person here can make an example and say person X was treated unfair regarding so and so and so. Then it's fine. But just on the report to say there's a lot of unfair labor practices here, I think is a little bit risky. Furthermore, we are not a institution with only 10, 12 members. We've got hundreds of people working here. Unfortunately, not all of them are committed to the same extent as others. We've got people here with 10, 12, 15 years service without a single disciplinary hearing against them. If they can do it, why can't the rest do it? If you transgress the code of conduct, unfortunately, we cannot pick who we must charge and who we must look the other way. We cannot elect to give some people just a slap on the wrist and the others we want to dismiss. It must be fair, it must be transparent. And to attack that system, really, you need to have a factual base. And I do believe, and I will stick my neck out, that I've went through this report. And it's very dangerous to come to a generalized conclusion here and say there's a lot of unfair labor practices present here. Thank you.
Maya and then Councillor Lechaba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, these items were debated in the same manner yesterday as well in the mayoral committee. And it was based on the same sentiments. It is always an emotional thing when you see somebody being dismissed. But what I have learned many moons ago, when I became a SOP steward, the first thing I looked at is the different options of sanctions. Verbal warning, first written warning, second written warning, we name it, we all know how it works. Until you get to final warning, then a dismissal. They are all stipulated. But what I've learned subsequent to that there are offenses, whether it's your first time, where it's also in labor regulations and in labor law stipulated that it is a dismissal. Although it's your first time, unfortunately, it is a dismissal. And I've then learned that it's not automatic. Because it's your first time stealing the company's vehicle and get involved in an accident, it's your first time, so that should be your first warning. Those kind of examples I've learned that they are very stipulated outcomes. So as emotional as it is, but the experts know how to deal with this. Thank you.
My apologies, Councillor Luchava. Alderman De Vries.
Speaker, I think that the reasons for the questions is just to get clarity. You know, I think the one point that we mustn't lose is, as explanations, responses are given, is the one that in both the reports, in fact, with the same questions, and we don't have to debate it again, is the issue about, you will find that it indicates the type of transgression, sexual harassment, MFA. But then you get quite a number, then there's nothing, it's just in terms of the code of conduct. So the question is, what's the nature of that? What is the majority nature? We know that nobody will be able to say this one, that. But just give indication to council, what is the nature of those, what do you call that here? Let me not say something that is not there. Contravention of discipline procedure and collective code of conduct. Just give us what's the nature of those. That's it's not attacking the whoever what they're doing. Secondly, the issue about the question on unfair labor practice. What's the nature of some of them or the majority of them? I want to agree with the Deputy Mayor. You know, within normally in the labor, you will find that a lot of times, or the majority of times, especially where the employer lose issues around unfair labor practice, it's about procedural issues and not substantial issues. So the question is that, well, what's that? So that we know as a council, because then the issue will come in what type of interventions do you need? Because sometimes it will be middle management's. In fact, the majority of the issues about unfair labor practice normally happens at the supervisionary level. And that's normally where you need to have ongoing training and interventions. So that's the nature of the question that we are posing. Thank you.
Councillor Luchava.
In short, then it means can then this report be able to speak to those matters so that we are able to get that information at hand. Thank you, Speaker.
Imam.
Thank you, Speaker. I think the question is very clear. We will, in the next report tricks, please maybe be more clearer. If it's fraud, let's say fraud. If it's theft, let's say theft, so that then it's understood that the offense meets the punishment. We will do that. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. So 11, one is on page 83 to page 92, and that recommendation is that the information on the appointment service, exit and labor relation matters for April 2022 be noted. Can we note that?
Yes, we note. Thank you.
And then the next one is more or less the same report, it's just for another month. That we'll find on page 93 to page 102. Can we go over that also, that it be noted for May?
Noted, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Council.
Can we?
Yes,
that
that's fine.
Can we just note also in the resolution
That we must.
that in terms of that, the nature of the offences must be stipulated.
Did administration get that? That's an amendment on both the two recommendations. So can we go with the amended recommendations?
Also proposed, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman De Vries, thank you. Councillor, section A is a report from the Speaker. That is report on the council resolution register for the months of March until April. We'll find it on page 103 until page 42. Any comments on that? Anything in that report that we are not in agreement? Councillors, if there are none, can I get a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Waqar,
I will propose that we go with this recommendation. Thank you.
do we have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Koos-Malloy. I2, this is a report on the attendance of council committees and workshops. It's on page 143. And I just want to thank the administration for giving us new abbreviations like P is present, A is apology, and AWL is absent without leave. Councillors, is that a true reflection of your attendance? It's on page 143 and it proceeds until page 152. Councillor Lechaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, not that I'm the shop steward of the councillors, no. But I think one of the things that is the challenge of the apology, so many, if you look in this, is that the meetings of bees and us, it becomes a problem. So you will find that now you get so much apologies, and yet the councillors, they do want to be in these meetings. So we must take it into that context, because this is going to the public, and the public, when they look at this, so many apologies, there must be that explanation, because some meetings, they do clash with the district. So it's a challenge that at some point it needs to be discussed in the forums, so that we see how we can be able to accommodate one another. Because really sometimes these meetings, they really clash, and the councillor has to decide. They are the ward councillor there, and yet they are secondment. So what do they do? So it's quite it's just I wanted to say that, so that when it goes, it has some kind of a context into it. Thank you.
Maya, I think I want to latch on what Councillor Lechaba now said. This is definitely something, and I think we did speak about it previously. My apologies, that we must take to the DCF so that it can be discussed there as well. Oh, my apologies. So, Councillor, on page 143, that council considers the report. Can we go with it? I've got water. Thank you, Councillor. I've got. Can we go with that, councillors? On page 143, the recommendation. Councillor. Thank you, Akana Mayer. You are now concentrating on me coughing, and you are not remembering that you must propose and second. The next item we will deal with under section B with the Maya B1, currently A3. That's the reconstitution, restructuring of committees of council, page 153 up to page 166.
So, sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm technically challenged. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure how
Councillors, do we have all our councillors back on the platform? I see Councillor Cornelius, Councillor Acker, Councillor Skeepers, Councillor Hector, Councillor Barker, Councillor. Who am I missing? I'm missing Councillor Betsy is there from Noordwijk. Councillor, just give me a thumbs up if you hear me.
I can hear you clearly, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Betsy is also there. Thanks. Councillor Hector. Thank you, Councillor Skeepers.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hector.
I can hear you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Cornelius. Any other councillor that I've missed, Rihanna? Have I missed anybody? But our recording and everything is yeah, I'm on. Thank you very much. We just also need to apologize to the members of the public. This is not our doing. It's the doing of ESCOM, but luckily we at the Garden Route have got a generator, so we are up and running again. Maya, it's over to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was still seeking some clarity, and I also would like to make some proposals. Firstly, Madam Speaker, sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know you did indicate in your communications that you are, as per the powers vested in you, you can make adjustments to the form of the agenda. But Madam Speaker, just for the record, I would propose that you repeat what you said in your communications on the item itself, so that it can be recorded as such, that it normally falls under your office, but because you're sitting in the chair, you are bestowing the item on me, and then I will then lead it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As you've just said, Maya, I'm not going to repeat everything, so you might proceed.
Of the point of order.
Who was first now? Councillor Chaba.
Yes, on the point of order, that this item is written yourself, Honorable Speaker. I think it's only proper that that item be presented by yourself, because now it's misguiding us. I'm sorry, but it's a misguiding. If it's going to be presented by somebody else, then perhaps maybe the mayor then can be able to speak to it, but it must be presented by yourself, just procedural correction. It cannot be the other way around. Otherwise, we'll be missing, even if you might be disowning it, whatever that matter be, but let it be in your, then that means now it's something else.
Councillor Lechaba, Alderman De Vries.
Speaker, when you do that, just give clarity in terms of whether the mayor will give the report on your behalf, because that means it's still your report. Because remember, you are the Speaker of Council, committees and services falls under you. So even while because why I want that clear, because the questions then will still have to be dealt by you, because it's your report. But can you just make that clear?
Yes, I just want to make that clear, that I said at the beginning that although the report, I must now choose my words very carefully. Although the report is under office of the Speaker, I was not the author of the report. Can we just make that clear so that everybody can understand? When it appears on the agenda, I in fact ask This wasn't discussed with me. So I was very disappointed because I saw it on the first time on the agenda, Alderman De Vries. So that's why I am not so comfortable speaking on the item, although it is coming from myself as the speaker. So then I've asked the mayor if he then, on my behalf, then can take the item forward, put the item on council, and then we can take the item from there. But let us just be clear. The first two items I do own, but item A3, I was not the author of that report. Alderman De Vries. Maya? Sorry, my apologies, MM.
Thank you, Speaker. I think then Speaker and Council procedural, we are going to have a problem. Because the report as it stands comes from the Speaker's office. And it is the function of the Speaker's office to do this function. I do not want Council to expose itself to questions about the procedural correctness of how the reports are being handled. I would, Speaker, propose that maybe you allow the various caucuses to look at the procedural issues, because if from the chair who owns the report in a public meeting, you say you are disappointed, you were not consulted about the report that's written your name, then we have a problem because this is an open meeting and it's in the public domain. Thank you, Speaker.
Amen. I will go by the mics. Yes, Councillor.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Good afternoon, Speaker. I think we're gonna have a problem, Speaker, because the one who's in charge of the agenda is yourself. I think before you should have signed the agenda, you should have at least removed what you believe that you are not the one who submitted. So I will suggest, Speaker, that this item be removed on the agenda because it's clear that you are not aware, and you said it here in public that you are not aware of this item. It's not going to be fair that this item be referred to the mayor while it's the heading. It's clearly said that it's your report. Some of the committees, the speaker is in charge of the committees of council. So it's clearly clear that you should bring the report. It cannot be bring by the mayor. Thank you very much.
Councillor Lechava.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think that is one side that we are dealing with, procedural issues. But the side that because this is in public domain and this report has been made public, for that matter, then it must be under discussion to say who then is the author of this report. Because it's in public domain. Had we had this discussion prior, now the public will want to know who is the author of this report. And it's a fair question. We want to know who is the author, who wrote the report. If it's not yourself, then please guide us, Honorable Speaker, who wrote the report. Because it's only fair for us, because we are in discussion of this report.
Councillor De Vries, can you please switch off your... Councillor Cronje.
Speaker, will you please grant the coalition a 15-minute caucus, please?
Can I first, before I grant the caucus, Alderman De Vries, what?
The Speaker, the issue is whatever we're going to say in caucuses, I would have assumed that it will come from you in terms of moving forward. So that we don't in the future have this issue. Because we can deal with this thing one procedure politically. That's the two things. Breaking the caucuses, we are getting there. The issue that the MMF raised, I think that although he's not telling us what to do, but he's raising the issue. Because tomorrow, Speaker, when I receive an agenda with the name of a person, my question would be, who have written that report? So I know what I would have done if I was in your chair now. But unfortunately, I'm not. So I'm not going to suggest, but there was a request for caucus.
I'm granting the caucus and seeing that it is now concerning me, I will join the caucus. Thank you. 15 minutes, can we be back up fast, please? Maya, you are now looking. Maya, you want to make a proposal?
I want a proposal by
No, it's fine. Although it is my report. Okay. that are online, you're still with us? I see Councillor Skippers, Councillor Hector, I've received a message, Rihanna, from Councillor Letts. Our meeting is finished in Kanaland, so she also wants to join us. I think she was looking for the link. Thank you, Councillor Skippers. I've noted your end. Is Councillor Van Noordwijk still with us? I will allow you now, Councillor Cronje. Let me just check our online councillors.
I'm online, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Van
I'm here,
Noordwijk.
Speaker, Dani Akker.
Okay, Councillor Akker. Van Noordwijk.
Thank you. Thank you, I'm here.
Okay. Councillor Hector did give an indication as well as Councillor Skippers. I'm always getting confused with Calvin Skippers and our count and our, because it also sees Skippers. Okay, we may proceed. Your mic was on, Councillor Stan.
Thank you, Speaker, for the time granted. The Mayor will respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been a councillor for more than 10 years. And I heard things here for the first time in my whole 10 years plus. And we've all alluded to this is in the public domain. The public, they have the right to know what is happening, which I agree with. But there's something I will never agree with, that we create wrong perceptions in the public domain. And here is the wrong perception. Before we left here, there were questions asked on who is the author of the item, etc., etc. On all my items for more than 20 years as a mayor, I have never been the author of any item. Councillors are not authors of items. Councillors who have the responsibility for their committees and whoever, they give input. They're not the authors. They give input. The officials are the authors. And we then as the councillors and who have given input, we own it because we're the political heads. We own it. So to the public out there, councillor, we as councillors, we don't write items. I've yet have to see a councillor here who has 100% item here written by him. So I am not happy with that question. We're setting a trend that on each and every item, we need to know the author. This is where victimization starts, because officials are going to start feeling rattled because somebody's going to know who wrote the item within my department and my compartment. But that as it may, Madam Speaker, I propose that we refer this item back and we will then deal with the merits contained in the item. Thank you.
I see two mics. The one is Councillor Lechaba and Alderman De Vries. Thank you, Maya, for that.
First, let me give to then, yeah.
Allowing you first, Alderman.
Thank you, Speaker. I will then see that as the item being withdrawn, and it will be dealt with if it's going to be dealt with. Just the Mayor, I think that's maybe the language issue. We know that all, but we were referring to the owner, as you have correctly. We will never be about the author, the person that typed it, that wrote it. It's always about the name that appears on here. So it's either your name, is the speaker's name, is the MM's name, or one of the direct HODs, and those will be then when we call the author. So maybe for language in future, we will talk about the owner.
Councillor Lechaba.
Thank you, Speaker, but I just think because it contains my name, and this went to the public as the chairperson, So it can't be that we do not ask, because it was saying, I would have thought it that this would have been withdrawn first, and then, but now this report has went to the public. It's just unfortunate, the events of it, because now it has, for me personally, I think it has some legal implications. So because my name has been mentioned in the public as the chairperson, and the integrity of that space, even though it is now, because there is an item that is written, the content of it. So for me now, it puts me in the awkward and difficult situation. I must say that. I mean, I can't not say that. It referred to that committee and to the chairperson, particularly because it was about the chairperson. It's unfortunate, and I think just in future, I think matters of this kind first. That is why I thought it in terms of governance, then things first at some point. If matters they are uncertain, let them go to a governance and then they come to council. Because now we are dealing with a situation that are things are outside, and in the fact of the matter, that content is in the public domain now. So what do we do about it? Even if it's not discussed, but it's in the public domain, and it's giving a perception, because now there is a perception that is out there.
But, sir, let me take your end. Councillors, but I also just want to have clarity. There was a proposal that the item is withdrawn. So what are we doing now still? Can I just get clarity, please?
Speaker,
Before I allow Councillor Acker.
I wanted to remind you of.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we can deal with the other matters.
Yes,
after.
Councillor Acker, I'm not going to allow you an opportunity. The item was withdrawn. So the item is withdrawn and no further discussions. Are we all in agreement? Thank you. Councillors, can we proceed? We are on section C. This is reports from the Office of the MM. And this is where we are going to deal with the extra item of C1. Our recommendations are on page 167, where it says that the title of Alderman be confirmed on Councillor G. van Niekerk, which is our Deputy Executive Mayor. And I want to add there as well as Councillor Lechaba. In our recommendations on page 167. Mayor, there at the bottom of the page, you will find it on page number 4. Mayor, on this. Mayor, page number 4 on this. Item C1. So, councillors, I will just read the executive summary for you. My apologies. First, let me first allow the amendment.
Just an amendment, Speaker, on the report as well. At page 169, it's VF plus.
You are correct there. Thank you for pointing that out. There is somebody online that is not muted.
Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My caucus never received the addendum. It is very unfortunate. We really don't. Look, everybody can show you here. We don't have.
Alderman De Vries.
Speaker, I think that that's correct. That she just make the statement, but she did discuss it with us.
Okay, so can we then proceed? But can I just make sure through the MM, the others that we have asked for MM, has that been emailed?
No, Speaker, we must also just explain
Okay, thank you, MM. Thank you.
The request for this report was
fully.
Speaker, I was saying the request for this item was only received yesterday. We've done everything to make sure that it's here now. Obviously, in that short time, there might be these small gaps, but we have sent it as we are sitting here. If you can check your emails, it's there. So it's not that we've sat on it. We only got it yesterday. So please understand, the administration, we tried our best.
Thank you, for the clarity. I can attest to that. I've also received this morning 2 requests from other councillors, but I've told them that we are going to deal with that in our next council meeting. So you are quite correct, in what we have just shared with us, Maya. Are you okay? So I will go to our executive summary. The Garden Road District Municipality approved the policy for conferment of alderman or elder lady honor in year 2020. The policy provides a criteria for bestowing the honor of alderman or elder lady to a deserving councillor. According to this policy, any member of the municipal council becomes an alderman or elder lady upon commencement of his or her term as mayor, deputy mayor, or speaker of council. The policy is also attached for ease of reference. So if there are any other councillors sitting here that are adhering to 175, there it says, when can you become an alderman? And then you must just write a letter to any current serving councillor who is of the view that he or she qualifies for alderman or elder lady, should notify the speaker in writing and provide the necessary details. And then 4, the municipal manager shall make a recommendation to council after having considered all the relevant details. So that was what happened in these 2 cases. So I will now ask the mayor to please hand over certificates. The council. Okay. Before we proceed with that, Alderman.
Speaker, I would like to make the formal proposal that Councillor Van Niekerk and Councillor Chaba confer the status of alderman and alderman.
Was going to that one. Thank you. Can I get a seconder for that? Thank you very much, Alder Lady Kratzinger. Maya, say you know nie hulle moenie kry nie.
Madam Speaker, I'm really today is probably the day of the first for me in my political career. Where's my certificate? I've never ever received a certificate.
Is that the truth?
I mean, since the Beto days, in any municipality, we've never had certificates.
May I switch off your mic?
So you brought new rules here.
May I switch off your mic, please?
No, Speaker, as you know, our organization is constantly improving on its operations. So from time to time, we add new things, Mr. Mayor, and definitely we will probably rethink how we can assist you in that regard. So thank you, Mr.
Yes, you have to make that right, because the old
Can the 2 councillors
mine
please
as well.
come to the front? Congratulations, Elder Lady Lechaba. Congratulations, Alderman Van Niekerk. Now you must please keep on reminding me like the late Elder Lady Draguner usually did when I still refer to you as councillors. Congratulations to our 2 new bestowed aldermen and elder lady. You want to say anything?
For other reason, for other.
Honestly, did you get the message? Please, next time. Councillors, can we proceed? Report C2, report on the strategic top 10 risk register, page 176 to page 182. Yes, you may proceed. My apologies. I can't see you over the screen.
No, thanks, Speaker. I just want maybe to say to council, probably during these times, it is quite important for councillors, individual and council, to put aside some time and give some thought to our risk environment. The world we live in is constantly and at a very high speed changing. There are new risks that are emerging that we probably never thought of. I mean, the advent of COVID has remade the whole world. The whole thing is a new thing. The war in Europe is making people rethink how we are going to live our lives. Most recently, as a country, I think there was general agreement that we must move away from coal, for instance, as an energy source. Now, this week, Germany and the other European countries are going back to coal. So we need to constantly revisit our risk environment. And when we present these kinds of reports, what is obtaining around us, even in this council, if you look in the previous 5 years, the stability that we had at the political level, and you compare with this term that we're going through now, it tells you that as leadership, we must look at our risk environment. It is no use to put our heads in the sand because we've got to lead under these circumstances. And therefore, our risk appetite, we need to always look at it. So this is what we're presenting from the officials and the committee, that this is the current top 10 risks. Some colleagues are already talking about 11 or 12 or 13 top risks in the municipality. And this is where which we think council must have a say to say, in your own opinion, are we fairly representing the risk environment of this council? Or should we go back as the risk committee and risk practitioners and really relook at what are the risks facing Garden Route District Municipality in this current environment? And what controls must we put in to minimize the impact of those risks? And what is our risk appetite, maybe to tolerate the residual risk that comes out of that process? And what are those strategies we can adopt probably to transfer the risk to other people or to tolerate it and or to avoid it at all? So that is generally how important this report is. Speaker, with your permission, I have two officials here that can maybe for 5 seconds each say something. It's Mr. Loliwe and Ms. James, who's sitting at the back. Otherwise, if there's nothing, Speaker, I will say thank you. That was the report.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lauren James, do you have something that you want to share with us? You're more than welcome. As well as Mr. Loliwe. Can you just get to a mic there next to Ms. Nadima? Thank you. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Good morning, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and all councillors present and officials. I just want to add to what the MM said. We do this strategic risk register we present to you on an annual basis, but this is not the end all of it. It is discussed at the risk committee on a quarterly basis, and it also goes to the APAC for their oversight. It goes to the impact now also for their oversight, and then the final step will then obviously be for your notification. But as the MM also mentioned, it's not my register, it's our register. So any input from your side that you can give that we can take back to the officials, the HODs, all of that, we will do that. And as in the report, you will see this is a live system. So anything that changes, we can amend today as we speak. It's not something that has to wait for tomorrow or the future date. So anything that you identify and you can bring back to us, we will immediately amend that And the register will change as we go day to day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Mr. Oliver?
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe just to add as well, as the said, this is merely the top 10. There are quite a number of risks that are at a departmental level, which are not strategic in nature. So the list that is in front of you is actually not exhaustive, but just maybe to explain the table that you find on 180. The colors that you see there, they are there for a purpose. The red color, it means that the risk is very high. When it's amber, it's medium. And when it's green, it's actually low. So when you also look at the risk, you need to look at that priority as well, because that will give you an indication of where to deploy your resources. Again, there's a column there that says inherent, and the last column it says residual. The inherent risk, it means that this is the risk without any controls in place. Then at a residual level, after we've put in controls, what is the risk that is still left to the institution? I think in the previous quarter of, in the previous financial year, the coronavirus was very high at both at inherent level and at a residual level. But we've got so many controls now that we are able to contain it. That's why then it moved to 9.3. There are also newcomers in terms of the register. As the said, the reputational risk that is facing the institution with all the negative publicity that we've been receiving over the past few weeks, which needs to be dealt with by the institution. And it's a risk that is facing the institution. And if it's not properly addressed, it can have very negative impact to the institution. And the last risk, the regression in the audit opinion, if you note there, we are saying it's green, but of course, with the these negative media statements and publicity, we know that it might affect the perception of the Auditor General, and ultimately it might find its way in affecting our audit opinion. As we know now, we are starting the audit process. I think some of the risks that are there, the councillors are familiar with them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for the two officials. Councillors, are there any? I see one, two. First, you, Councillor Meyreng, and then Alderman De Vries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I needed a vergrootglas to go through that risk assessment, but I must say to the officials that worked on that is extremely comprehensive and hands-on and compatible to the best. I think that that's probably one of the reasons this district municipality did qualify for a clean audit at least. And I think we must agree that it's a work in progress there, and we would really like to be involved in the development of that risk assessment going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cobus. Alderman De Vries.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to, as was indicated, that it's a document, it's a working document. I'm going to express opinion that might, for some people, not a fact. And I want to start with the one about the slow economic growth.
Can you maybe give us a page?
It's page 179 and 180, and then the reputational risk. Now, the contributing factors there, there's one that particularly I want to address, the issue about political instability. Now, I'm of the opinion, we want to put on the table that we haven't seen political instability. Political instability, we can perhaps for Knysna, they have a couple of motions, they have a minority government. Tshwane is a minority government that can change at any time because it's not stable, because you have one party that are outside of that. Now, here we haven't seen, we have a stable government here politically from the start as the district. There was no motions to remove anyone. So I'm trying to understand why we want, why we have the opinion that there is political instability. Because that, within our documents, can contribute to further risk. Because if I want to invest, and you say that one of the reasons of slow economic growth in the district is political instability, what are we saying out there? We are saying now that there's political instability, and that political instability affects slow economic growth in the district. So the definition and all the definitions of political instability, I'm not sure whether we qualify or whether we have that political instability. This is the council. This is where politics are being played. So, because again, that is with the, when you go to the reputational risk also, the issue about political instability. A robust debate within council and stuff can never be equated to political instability. So I just think that we might shoot ourselves in the foot by having ourselves identified that as a contributing factor to the risk. The last one also maybe, and perhaps maybe it's more question. The issue about the failure to operate the regional landfill site. Yes, there is. But I'm not sure whether the wording unable to source the 240 million loan, because it means we tried and we did it. If I'm correctly, we had to tender out, we withdrew it correctly, 190 million, and then we're putting out a new one now. So just in terms of, and there might be previously, so I just want to know whether we are unable, because again, we sent the message out. As an institution, we were unable to secure a fund. And it doesn't say that we are in the process. Unless we say the inability, if we don't get it, that will be a risk. So those are a few of inputs and maybe some clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not a risk scholar, but I always am fascinated by this debate when we are in risk sessions. One important thing is to first understand the definition of risk. It's an uncertain event. So we're not stating facts. It's not a factual presentation of what is obtaining in the district. It's an uncertain event that may occur. So we are saying slow economic growth in the district, not in the Garden Route district municipality, in the district. Now, that political instability is an uncertain event that may occur in Canaland, may occur in Otsoren, may occur in Niger. And you can say, you know, you are correct because it has happened in the past in some of these areas. So we're not talking about that in the district we have political instability here. No, it's an uncertain event that may occur in the future. It may have a certain impact. It's probable. Its probability is this factor. So it's not a statement of fact that, yeah, we are accusing you of political, but we're saying, if you look in your environment, there is a possibility that you may have political instability, and the effect of that can affect the economic growth. When these people close the N2, the economy goes down, it's closed and so on. So in all the risks that we highlight, it's not actual events, but it's uncertain events that may occur. So we looked at the probability of them occurring and their impact. And then we put controls. What controls can we put to slow the impact and so on? So it's not really a statement of fact that now that you are shouting at each other at Garden Route, there's political instability. No, no, no. That's not what we're saying, Councillor. Thank you.
Councillor Lechaba?
Thank you, MM, for that explanation. Then it makes when you read it, then it becomes different. However, then maybe perhaps in future, maybe we must have for Garden Route district municipality so that we can have our own risk, to assess our own risk. and then we look at the district as a whole, so that we can also have those two. Then for me, it will be better. We look now externally, because for instance, I will give something, if we're talking about the broader, like the water infrastructure in the whole broader, it's a risk where we are sitting, that it should be at somewhere there, and we should be, because the infrastructure, the water infrastructure in the whole Garden district, it's ailing. It's a bad. It's not in a good state. So it's part of those things. But I would really have loved for our own, so that we see what are our own risk internally, and then to have the bigger of the district. Thank you.
Councillor Dai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the MM explained to us, I will recommend that we go with the recommendation that is on page 177. Thank you.
Councillor Myron. Thank you very much, Councillor. Can we?
Honorable Speaker, with amendments. Remember, we said it's an ongoing, it's a working document. Please.
Can I just be advised, assisted? So currently the recommendation, I note your end. Currently the recommendation on page 117 says that council take note of the strategic risks register dated the 31st of May 2022.
I think, Speaker, there is a specific reference to the water and sanitation infrastructure risk that the councillor is specifically mentioning to be considered. You will recall, councillors, I think in the previous council meeting, I did report that we had a report from MISA that had done an assessment of the water and sanitation infrastructure of the region, and that those reports will be coming to the B municipalities and to us as a district. I did say there that actually they've raised a red flag about the quality of our water infrastructure. I think if it is coming from council specifically, I'll say please look at this. It's the most welcome development. Thank you, Speaker.
So can we then get advice on how the recommendation must be amended? Amen. And not only say take note.
I second that it must be added with the amendment of the.
We get that, councillors, that it must be amended with what the MMF just said about the water. Can we go with that? The two proposals and seconders? Councillor Mayram.
Yes, I'll second that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go with the recommendation on page 177 as amended. Councillors, we now on C3. Previously, we as a council decided that we're going to deal with it in the open agenda. That is the appointment of an APEC member and chairperson. The report is on page 183 and it's up to page 196. It's open for discussion. I don't see any.
Madam Speaker.
Maya, can we just check online as well, Maya? You can proceed now. If there are any hands, proceed, Maya.
Now, Madam Speaker, I was going to say I will allow probably the House to reflect, because I've got recommendations on the item.
We'll come back to you, Maya. Councillors, we've got our, I will allow the MM now. We've got the current recommendations are on page 183. If you can just have a look at that. MM.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. The report has been prepared as was advised in terms of the vacancies that they've vacate. I would request, Speaker, that we allow Mr. Luliwe to present the report. And if there's anything, the Chief Audit Executive can just add from there. Thank you.
Before I allow Mr. Luliwe, can I take the hand of Councillor Skippers?
Speaker, just give me a second. I will come back on that issue.
Thank you. I'll do that, Mr. Luliwe.
Thank you, Speaker. The council in the last council meeting took a decision that we must advertise for the 4th audit committee member in our audit committee after the term of the chairperson of the audit committee ended and it was not renewed. We followed that process. The report in front of you, it's twofold. The first one is to report on that recruitment process. And the second one is for this council then to appoint the chairperson of the audit committee. And the recommendation is on page 183. In terms of the process, we did advertise regionally in the regional newspaper, because also in that same meeting, council shared their sentiments in terms of the fact that they would prefer that at least the audit committee members come from this region, and they don't believe that we don't have suitable candidates to serve on our audit committee. So we did it at a regional level. Then we received 8 applications, which are attached on page 187. What we have done, with the current audit committee, we've looked at the application and also looked at the skills that we need within our audit committee, so that we can get the best candidate out of the 8 applications. We've also looked at the equity within our audit committee, because we know that the council also feels strong that we need to probably have women as well as part of the audit committee. Now, the outcome is that we've received 8 applications. Out of 8 applications, the last 2, in fact, the last 2 applications, which are in fact 3, which are female, they did not meet the criteria or the expertise that we need within our audit committee. Our discussion with the audit committee, and we felt that we will shortlist the first 3 candidates who meet the criteria. Unfortunately or fortunately, all those 3 are white males. Would have loved to have a female to add to our committee, but we could not get one from the list that we have and the expertise that were required. We did a short informal interviews with the 3 candidates, and then we are recommending candidate number 2 based on his experience and the qualities or the expertise that we need within our audit committee. It's a local person from George, and based on his CV that is also attached, and the experience in local government, and both as an administrator, CFO, audit committee member, then we felt he will then add value to the audit committee. The second one is the chairperson. We've also discussed with the audit committee members, because we wanted to get their buy-in as well in terms of their recommendations to the council. And based on the discussions that we had, they've recommended that we put the name of Dipenar, ABJ Dipenar, as the chairperson, due to his experience and serving in various audit committees in the past, and he also served here as well. And also, he is also local, because we'd want at least the audit committee chairperson to be local, so that as and when we need him in person for various reasons, he is available. So the recommendation is that we recommend to council that they appoint him for a term of 3 years to chair the audit committee. If there are any questions that myself and the CAE might be able to answer. Thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Pam, do you want to add anything?
Maybe one little correction, Chair, and one thing to add, that we received 7 applications as indicated in the report, and Mr. Loliwe maybe forgot to speak to one candidate. He mentioned that the last 3 candidates, which are female, unfortunately did not meet the criteria in terms of skills and expertise to serve on an oversight committee. And he also indicated that the top 3 candidates were then the ones which we interviewed for probability. And there's one candidate which maybe did not make mention to, which is Mr. Van Beek, The reason that we did not shortlist him, though he does have experience, is due to his age.
Mr. Meyer?
Madam Speaker, in the absence of no other,
Well, I see the Councillor Lechava.
because I want to deal with recommendations.
Okay, Councillor Lechava?
I just want to say, I know I have to talk, otherwise I'm going to get beatings. On the behalf of the woman, I have to say something. Otherwise, when it's Women's Month here, then they're gonna say, but you were quiet. I think just for maybe for future, I think let us go broader and try, and also ourselves to encourage others, other women to apply on this matter. Thank you.
Before you, Meyer, Councillor Skipper, said that you know al bygeval wat jy wil gevra het.
Chairperson, Madam Speaker. Ja, ik denk die proces het ons nog een beetje vooruit gegaan. En ons was ons nog niet bewust van al die kandidaten wat aanzoek gedaan het. En ik deel die sentiment dat als ik kijk nou naar die allemaal gaan dienen op die comité, is het mansmens. En dat gaat mijn verstand te boven dat in George daar niet één vrouw is wat die criteria behaal het. En ik denk ons is bewust van baie vrouwmensen wat die criteria kan gehaal het. Nou mijn punt is die teruggaan naar die media toe, teruggaan naar die applications toe. Hoe deurslaggewend was het geweest? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Meyer, is your thing? Oh, sorry, Bonnie.
Nkosi Speaker. Speaker, ngiyaqonda lokubana kuye kwalandelwa indlela efanelekileyo ke nangona kungakhange thina sibe nalwazi ncam ngabo baye bagqatswa okanye abagqatsi bathi bashortlistwa kuluhlu lokuchongwa kwamalungu e-APEC. Kodwa ke nangona kunjalo akukho namnye umntu wasetyhini othe washortlistwa. Nangona ke siyazi ke thina bakhona abantu abanezakhono ke abakwingingqi yethu abanothi ke bashortlistwe okanye babandakanywe kule nkqubo. Kodwa ndifuna ukwazi nayo ubana ingaba ke ngethuba kusenziwa udliwano-ndlebe lwenziwe ngendlela efanelekileyo kwiseminari nto singathi sikwazi ufumana umntu obhinqileyo.
Thank you. Any other hands? Councillor?
No, thank you very much.
Matika?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just two questions, just I want to check on this. First, I see that Mr. Louis Fore is also APEC chairperson also. Just want to check that does not going to affect us as a district municipality. Also, just wanted to check, did we look at the possibility of headhunting in terms of gender and in terms of the race? It's very important as the ANC cannot keep quiet on those two. Thank you very much.
Any other hands before we go to recommendations? Then we just answer that for the two questions from Councillor Matika, please. Through you to Mr. Loliwe.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start with the last question on headhunting. Yes, if you recall, councillors, in our last meeting, we did propose the headhunting, and the council decided for a formal process. That's what then we had to do. The chairperson in Oudtshoorn, yes, he is currently serving as a chairperson, and we don't believe that will hamper with his ability to give full attention to the audit committee. The guidelines are that you should not serve in more than 3 audit committees. So he's only serving on one audit committee, so that we believe, and he is retired, so that we believe he does have time to add value to our institution. In terms of the process, I hear the councillor that maybe the process that was followed is the reason why we could not get probable females. I think the interview process and the shortlisting process, the long list that is in front of council, you can clearly see that the females, like your number 5 on the list, at least she does have BCom, but she's currently an audit clerk. She doesn't have experience, and we really don't believe she can add any value. We think we'll be throwing her under the bus to give her such a huge responsibility. Number 6, she only has matric. Again, in terms of the expertise that we want, we will really not get any from there. Then the last one, diploma in public management. Again, she was an intern and an HR clerk, which really means that the value she can bring to the committee is minimal to nothing. So we did look at that, and we really wanted to get a female alderman Lichaba, but unfortunately this is where we are. But maybe I should mention that ideally we would like to have 5 members in the audit committee. We currently have 4. Maybe it's an opportunity that then you can give us that approval or delegation to headhunt. Then we'll be specifically headhunting for a woman to serve on our current audit committee. Thank you, Speaker.
Ma'am.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Pro, before you resolve, I must say this, that the issue of women empowerment is not as light as we sometimes deal with it. And I think it is incumbent upon institutions like this to be deliberate in your efforts to get women into the mainstream. Because this is an independent committee and we allow the colleagues to deal with this. For instance, personally, I really don't take part and interfere, because the independence starts from when you recruit them, because we must not poke our noses in that process. But I do think that, yes, compliance is important, but we can't just comply for the sake of complying. This situation of lacking women in the committee is serious. And I think council must apply its mind on this. And secondly, if we talk empowerment, if people don't have experience, they'll never get the experience if they don't get in at some point. And we should be prepared to give people opportunities so that they can gain the experience. Otherwise, then they will always be on the outside. So, Speaker, before maybe councillors resolve on this, I really personally would want to appeal that some deliberate action is taken to ensure that there's women representation in the committee. It is totally unfair that we allow the circumstances to dictate to us that we do not have women in the committee. That's my plea, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Amen. Maya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Maya, I see another end. Online, Councillor Skippers. My apologies, Maya. Councillor Skippers.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Ja, ek het net een vraag nog om te vra, Speaker, rondom die issue. Of ons kan clarity kry van waar dit geadverteer was en die tyd waar dit geadverteer was. Sodat die mens, ek as council, ook met 'n geruste hart kan gaan sê vir die mense buitekant, ja, maar dit was daai dag geadverteer en dit was in daai tipe koerant of daai publikasies geadverteer. Dankie, Speaker.
Monique.
Thank you. Speaker, nombuzo nje tofana ngifuna ubuza mna mhlawumbe because andizanithole njengoba sinofumana nje ulwazi ubana za-advertise-wa nini ezi positions and zazi-advertise-wa phi ukwenza uba nam xa ndibuzwa ndibe nokwazi uphendula ngentliziyo exolileyo. Enkosi.
Councillor Otafrish, you don't want to ask anything. I saw that you want to, before the mayor is going to take us to the recommendation. Are you happy?
That based on what the MN was saying, I was just saying that I was just thinking about, or the question was that we currently have a functional committee, meaning we have enough members. The one thing that we must do, one of the maybe the more important things is to have to appoint a chairperson, and we might want to do what the MMF want to do. I just want to ask whether we still have that option. So we don't appoint, we still have a quorum, enough members for the audit committee constitute, and that we might want to have another. Right, thank you.
It's a positive name. We've still got. Okay. Councillor Lechaba, and after Councillor Lechaba, the mayor.
Okay. No, I also wanted to put that possibility to say that at least, like for instance, if the chairperson, we appoint the chairperson so that that committee can function. And then even if we, then is it possible that in terms of the membership that we can, as council, decide to have one more, so that then that process of headhunting, then it can start. Then we know that we are recommending this, it moves, but we have now another option to put as number 3 to say that headhunting in terms of women and color and race and whatever, then it needs to be considered. I was just asking.
Councillor Sethi, you may leave if you want to. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to cover Councillor Skippers and Elder Lady Lichaba as well in my amended recommendations I want to make. Recommendation 1, colleagues, I would like us to replace Fourie with Lambrecht, based on the questions asked by council on that side and the implications, you know, between us and Oudtshoorn, etc. So we replace Fourie with Lambrecht. Recommendation 2 remains, and recommendation 3, I support Elder Lady Lichaba that there must be deliberate headhunting or whatever strategy to get a suitable woman to fill that post, and then to cover Councillor Skippers is that please put on the councillors group when you have made that advert so that we can be aware that the advert is out or the headhunting process is on, so that we can all alert capable women within our areas as well. Thank you.
Councillors, did you hear what the councillor, our mayor was saying? That council approves the appointment of Mr. Lambrecht and not Mr. Fourie as it is on page 183. Then number 2 states as it is that council approves the appointment of ABJ Dippenaar as a chairperson. And then number 3 that we must go headhunting for suitable women to serve on our APEC committee. Councillors, are we in agreement?
I second that.
Thank you very much. So we go with that amended recommendation. Councillors, we will break after we're done with section C. Page 197 is our next one, C4. 197 to 270. This was workshop on the 15th of June by Ilse. Ilse, I must just say, I found it very difficult. Ek moet ook nou sê, soos councillor Meyering, ons het vir groot klasse nodig to read what is in here. But councillors, on page 197, we've got a recommendation that council approve the policy framework. So are there any questions still after that? After we've dealt with it in the workshop, Elder Lady Lichaba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted, in terms of, maybe I missed this opportunity, but I just wanted to know that in terms of from pages 249, in terms of poor performance, how do we how do we and how often do we do the performance analysis? And then also in page 255, it speaks about the reliability of the information. I just wanted to know, do we have the external service provider that does that in terms of the investigative, in terms of the performance and the reliability of the reported information? Are we doing it now, or it's something that we are asked to do as going forward?
Through you to Ilse.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Councillor. Good morning through the House Speaker. Councillor, your first question on poor performance management, what I indicated at the workshop is that a separate policy will be developed in accordance with the labor relations of local government to address poor performance on all levels. In conjunction with that, it will be linking to our portfolio of evidence as well, policy that will be created. On your second question for page 255, the reliability currently in our organization on the review processes, we have an external committee that reviews, but the information that serves at those committees are audited internally before it goes to the committee. And also you will find the final performance review of the current senior managers are audited externally as well before they are reviewed finally. The same process will be implemented with regards to the individual performance management, because you will find in the policy it is mentioned of the two different committees. Yes, that must be established. Our item will serve before MANCOM next week, Monday, on the compilation of those two committees, and then it will come to council for delegation and approval. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. If there are no other questions or questions for clarity, we go with the recommendation on page 5 that council approves the policy framework. Can I get a proposal and a seconder, please?
Madam Chair, I would like to propose that we accept this recommendation.
Thank you, Elder Lady Krasinger, and the seconder. Thank you very much, Councillor Kunrat Swart. We proceed to C5, that's the report. Requested or suggested adjustments on the SD book of 2021-2022. You will find that on page 271 to page 274, and our recommendation is also on page 271 that council approves the requested or suggested adjustments for 2021-2022 financial year. Any comments? Councillors, can we go with that recommendation?
I also propose that we go with the recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Kratzinger, can we get this proposal? Seconder?
I second the proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cronje. Proceeding to C6, report regarding the communications policy, page 275 to 305. Councillors, this was also workshop. Any questions? We must also approve this policy on page 275. Any questions? If there are none, can I get a proposal and a seconder?
Madam Chair, yes, I propose.
Thank you, Councillor Lambertine.
I will second that.
Thank you, Councillor Mayrang. We proceed to C7. This is also a report from the Communications and Graphic Design Unit regarding the GRDM language policy. It is on page 306 until page 314. We must also adopt the language policy. Questions? Nothing online, Rihanna? Alderman De Vries?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to direct you to page 311. Yeah, 311. Just want to the language that we use, and I have a side workshop there over there.
6.
6 talks about internal communication. And it states that first, that any of the 3 languages may be used for the purpose of communication, which is fine. But then we talk about formal and informal communication. And I thought that perhaps the word that should replace is official communication. So that will be when there's official communication that will be done in English when you talk about memorandums. But just to let council get, there might be, when you talk about any one of the three languages may be used for the purpose of communication. Now, the intention, if I understood correctly, was that we talk about for the purpose of informal communication, because if you say that in the first one that you talk about, I have the right to speak all, any of the three languages, and then later on you qualify to say that I can't. That might be just a possibility that we, but I hope hopefully nobody in the organization will use that. Then on page 312, just again on 6.3 disciplinary hearings, it said all disciplinary hearings must be able to conduct. Just maybe but just language. It's that it must be conducted in any official language. And then the next same page, item number 7D, that jobs that require grade 12 as a minimum must be communicated in English. Now the C talks about all notices will be in three languages. I just want to understand the rationale of the exclusion when it comes to grade 12, because I might, the assumption is that when you're grade 12, you probably have to understand English, but it doesn't take into account in terms of our education system. Thank you.
Do you want to ask a question, Mayo? Can we first get the answers on them? Is it fine with you? Imam, through you. You start on page 311. And the questions that was asked by Alderman.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm going to give Herman to respond, but I have a general comment, Speaker, that we have a responsibility to ensure language development, especially for those languages that were not historically developed. And in the Western Cape, we have 3 official languages. And that puts a lot of pressure, because Herman can't speak my language. And I don't know if he's learning, but he struggles to converse with me, even as if I say hello. In the courts, I don't know if anyone followed the interviews of the Deputy Chief Justice. She was asked again about the decision when she wrote the AfriForum decision on African enforcer. And that was probably first of its kind, that a court judgment was written purely in Xhosa. And she said she wanted to underline that we all have a responsibility to ensure that we develop languages. But in terms of resources for institutions like ours, we must at some point agree on the language of record, because our communities are getting very diversified. People are moving from Gauteng to here, and we have a responsibility to address them in the language they understand. And if a Sotho person comes here, we have to get an interpreter. Otherwise, we're in trouble when they demand their services. So in as much as we debate the 3 official languages, at some point we may have to agree, just like the courts have agreed. In South Africa, the language of record in courts is English. The judgment can be delivered in Afrikaans, can be delivered in Xhosa by any judge, but the language of record is one. And the proceedings can be conducted in Afrikaans or in any other language, but the court record must be in English. So we would want at some point, not today, to also give it time to debate what is our view as Garden Road on language development. But Herman, there are specific questions on your document then, which I think you can respond to.
Thank you, Imam. Herman.
Thank you, Speaker. So we did a little bit of research on the language use of the metros east and west of our district. So east, just for background information, east of our district, Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality publishes all jobs in English. And west of our district, City of Cape Town also publishes their jobs in English. Cape Winelands publishes their jobs in Afrikaans and English, below manager and supervisor level, from what we've been able to see online. Otherwise, jobs at managerial and supervisor level are advertised in English. So I think with interpreting how we wrote number C in terms of all municipal notices, we didn't necessarily interpret jobs as a notice. It's more an advertisement, but I think if capacity allows, we should really consider having at a certain level job it done in at least two of the official languages of the Western Cape. But we do not do the translations for all the jobs, but I'm sure a tasking or people can be put together to gradually phase it in so that there's at least two of the three languages of the Western Cape. And then I think also upon request, if people request a job to be made available in their language preference, it's something we must look at doing, because everyone has the right to be to understand what is written in full context in their mother tongue. So that's my responses in terms of the official communication and formal communication. I agree. I think official communication also makes more sense. Thank you.
Cover everything, Councillor Alderman de Vries?
We agreed also that the 6.3 that all hearing must be conducted in any official language.
Okay, thank you. So can you just do that amendment for us? Yes. Yeah, we will make the amendments on the recommendation. Any other inputs? If there is nothing, then our recommendation should read that council adopt the language policy with amendments. Councillors, can I get a proposal in a second, please?
Yes, Chairperson, with the amendments, I propose it to accept.
Thank you, Councillor Lambajin.
Yes, with it, seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Kobus. Councillors, we're going to break for lunch now. Can we please be back by 2:05? 2:05, thank you. Tando, can you just check the aircon again, please? Right? Thank you very much, councillors. We are back from our lunch break. Can we just check our councillors online? Councillor Akker, Councillor Skippers, you with us? Councillor Barker.
Donnie Akker, I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Barker.
Councillor Hector present.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Cornelius present, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Barker.
Hello, Ak is present.
Thank you.
Councillor Steenkamp present.
Thank you, Councillor Leeds. Thank you for joining us. I was asked by Councillor Betsy van Noordwijk. She's going to change devices sometime. Councillor Betsy, are you still with us? Yes, there's a thumbs up
Yes,
from her.
Speaker, I'm with.
Thank you, Councillor Betsy. So we will proceed now. Did I miss any other Councillor Rihanna that is online? Councillors Keepers. Okay, thank you. We will proceed with section D, that is reports from the Financial Services Department. Before I proceed, I just want to make sure that all councillors are now in the possession of items H6 and E11. As was promised that it will be emailed to them. Thank you, councillors. Can you just make sure that you have received it? It is an item on the status report on the Human Settlement Sector Plan. H6 and E11 is the report on Gender Mainstreaming Action Plan. All councillors, are you in possession of that? Thank you. If there is a councillor that has not received it, just give an indication to Rihanna, please, so that she can resend it. Or councillors online as well. Section D, D1, we will find it on page 315 up to page 320. That's a deviation report for April, 1st of April to 30th of April. Then the next one is from, the next item is from 1st of May to 31st of May. So on the first item, there is 2 recommendations, but before we go there, are there any questions, inputs? I don't see any hands. Councillors, are we in agreement with the recommendation on page 315? 1 and 2?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Maya. Can the Maya get a seconder, please?
Second.
Thank you. We've got 2 seconders there. It's Alderman Van Niekerk as well as Councillor Lambertine. Then D2 is also a deviation report for 1st May 2022 to 31st of May, page 321 to page 325. There's also 2 recommendations on page, let me just get to my pages. Page 321. Maya?
I so propose as per the previous item.
Thank you. The recommendations are on page 321, 1 and 2. Thank you, Councillor Lambertine. Are you seconding?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second. But Madam Speaker, I want to make a remark. In the previous one, I was maybe too late to politics. Jump by the gun. Let me see. The deviations. If you look at the last one, it says here 36,000 in comparison with the previous month. I mean, it's quite a huge improvement from March until the end of May, from 101,000 up until 36,000. I must say that it was really a huge improvement on page 1. Yeah. And therefore, I will second the yes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lambertine. Councillors, we are on section E, report from corporate services, on page 3 to 6. That's a mandate request, main collective agreement and SAGA position document on wage curve negotiations. There's an item is there, it's open for discussion.
I don't know if there's anybody that has questions on this item. Madam Speaker, this is rather straightforward. It goes about the wage negotiations that has to the main collective agreement that was implemented on the 1st of July 2015, which was basically lapsed on the 30th of June 2020. So this is just to establish the common and uniform conditions of service, establish uniform procedures for employers and employees. I don't think we have anything but to go with this recommendation, which is, let me just quickly read there, that SAGA position document on wage curve negotiations be noted, and then also that council provide the mandate to SAGA to negotiate on the main collective agreement. I want to propose that we accept this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elder Lady Iona. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Swartz. E2 is on page 348 to page 359, extension of contracts and service level agreement of service providers relating to all financial services and transactional system for an extension period of 1 year. The item is there on page 348 up to page 349. Councillors, the item is open for discussion. Let me also forget it now. Alderman de Vries.
Speaker, yes, we've read the report. In support of the recommendation, I just have two questions. The one is that you recall that one of our previous issues with licenses, I think, was something, and we had to renew that contract numerous times for one of the service providers, and then one got bankrupt or something happened. Now, in terms of our process plan, are we sure that we will be able to complete this process that we're currently busy with, and that we'll be able to advertise for whichever new systems that we are going to use? And then with the extension, now there's normally inflation. Are we going to negotiate with these providers for the same price, or will there be an allowance in terms of inflation? Because I might tell you that, but in terms of my contract came to an end with you, and I was going to charge you a new price because it's 3 years later. So this is those questions, but in support of that.
Thank you. Through the MM, Trix. MM.
No, Speaker, thank you. I'm going to ask probably Trix and the CFO to respond. But generally to say, this whole thing about IT and ICT challenges, councillors needs serious attention. We presented at the strategic planning session the report on the digital transformation strategy. There's actually 3 options there, and they all depend on the money that we may have. We are debating with the local municipalities on the possibility of coming together and maybe acquiring systems that are similar, so that we can club the resources, so that even when in times of need, when we have to go and assist in Kanaland or anywhere else, our people will come to a familiar system. Because because currently everyone is spending millions buying their own different thing. And it seems to us that at some point there must be a clear direction to say, we are 7 municipalities or 8. We spend so much on ICT, all of us. Everyone is driving their own Suzuki, the other is driving an Audi, the other is driving a Toyota. But we can't even share spare parts now. So, but if we come together, we can pay less as a municipality, but we can all have the same system that we can use. So that's the long-term decision that must be made. Hence, we went to this digital transformation. But on the specific questions, I'm going to ask Trix and then the CFO just to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, and to the municipal manager. I think he summed it up very nicely. When we had this session on the digital transformation strategy, we realized, the need for not only integration of our own systems within the municipality, as currently we are using various systems for different functions. And it's very important that our systems are integrated to the point where we can really, where they can help us to improve on all our processes and make sure service delivery at the end of the day takes place effectively. Externally, we also have a role to play in the district. And as the MM mentioned, we need to also look at what the other municipalities within this district is using, and can we maybe get benefit of pooling our resources and going out on maybe a tender for all the municipalities, saving us cost. So the digital transformation strategy, one of the recommendations in that strategy was that we consider to extend all our contracts for another year for us as a municipality to investigate and explore alternatives. And we foresee that a year will be sufficient to do that. And then also, we also requested that internally, as the management team and all the experts within the municipality, we're going to have a special workshop following this council meeting to actually thrash out all the issues raised and the alternatives to our disposal. So I think as a municipality, we are committed that we are going, when we really start with the implementation plan of this strategy that was developed, that we will have enough time to explore all the alternatives and look at the cost effectiveness of all of them. Speaker, I'm going to hand over to the CFO through you, and maybe just you can speak on the financial system, maybe specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Trix. Yang Valam.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I think I'm largely covered by what the municipal manager and Trix have said. Maybe just to add that this is not the first time that we've attempted to do something in the district. We did attempt a similar process in the past, but at that point in time, the municipalities were not, the conclusion was that they were not at that point willing to let go of their current systems and first to continue with their own. So I'm saying that to give an indication on why we're extending again. We did attempt the process in the past, but now as informed by the digital transformation project, and again, an effort and actually interest that that was disclosed to us from other municipalities in the district, I think it is again an opportune time to continue with the process of seeing what we can do to ensure that our systems are, the best we can get for the money that we have available, and then also potentially then support to have a district-wide system, if not for all the municipalities, then for more than one, so that we can get the benefit of the economies of scale in the operations that we do. Thank you.
Alderman De Vries.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. I'm reminded to comment on the price. I think Trix can also assist here, but I know for a fact I've seen communication with Phoenix where the negotiations on the price has been entered into. I'm unfortunately not able to confirm what the outcome of it was, but it is obviously that is something that we need to agree on. The fact of the matter is that we've seen. I've been reported, or CFOs in the district have reported to me that at the end of the day, it is quite expensive to implement another system. So they have found that on tender processes, their current systems come out at a lower cost because there isn't an implementation and a training fee. So I think there's a benefit in a way to keeping to that system because that would postpone a potential future implementation and retraining expense.
Speaker, no, I think that the question, thank you for the explanation, but the question was basically, will 12 months be enough? You see, we are going to be accused somewhere in the future. We are using this project as an excuse not to go out on public tender. Every time we come, because I can guarantee you, municipalities, to get them to agree even to use the same system, how did we going to be able to do that in 12 months? There's inherent interest that people have. It's different companies, people have relationships, different municipalities will get different advice from the officials. No, this company will never work, no, this system is better than that one. And it might be that we will have to extend this contract for more than 4 or 5 times. And that's my concern, that we are going to be accused that we use this project to get a new system cheaper, actually just to keep and provide for the current providers. So how many times are we going to be able to do that? We are trying a similar thing at the national level in the schools section. We have 21 cities and we want to have the same system. It's not easy. There's 21 companies that have businesses, 21 different interests. So it's just the process so that we don't come to council next and say, hey, we have not moved. Can we not extend it again? So that's the concern. But for now, we agree. But just that we must be clear that we have a process plan that we can bring to council, that this is not going to happen for the next 5 years.
No, Speaker, I think that is crystal. We understand exactly what the councillor is saying, and I think he has made a specific request that a process plan then must be brought to council to manage this process, because we're facing exactly the same things that he is raising. People have got vested interest. People have developed relationships with certain service providers they are comfortable with over the years. So that's why it's a struggle to say, let's come together and get a system that all of us can use. People are prepared to die. It's no, I'm not going to do this. Samras is the best. I'm going to fight for Samras until I'm fired here. So I think we'll have to bring that that process plan on how we're going to do this. And I think it's only fair. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councillor. So can we then go with the recommendation as is?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to recommend that we adopt the recommendations on page 348 and 49, 5.1 to 5.3. Thank you very much. And 5.4.
Yes, 5.4 is on page 349. Can I get a second, please? Thank you, Alderman Van der Kerk. Councillors, we proceed to our next item. It is item E3, nomination of council representatives to Salga Provincial Working Group. It's on page 360 to page 389.
Madam Speaker.
The Lady Iona, you may proceed.
Yes, I would like to propose to council that we go with the following recommendations. As first of all, that the nomination and replacement be made by council and to serve on the below mentioned respective Salga working groups. The first group is the first one, musical capacity and institutional resilience. Myself as the official representative, Councillor Maloy as Masikundi, and then also Mrs. Holtzhausen as the official. The second one, which is community development and security, Councillor Ndai is as the representative, and the Sekundi Councillor Akker. Then the municipal official, Mr. Africa. Then economic development and job creation, Councillor Reiters, Elder Lady Reiters as the official, and then her Sekundi, Councillor Meyren, and the municipal official, Mr. Menzi. Environmental Management and Climate Resilience, official representative, Councillor Ndai. Sekundi is Councillor Maiden, and then the official is Mr. Africa. Governance and Intergovernmental Relationship, official representative is Councillor or Alderman van Niekerk, and the Sekundi Alderman Boysen. And then the official is Mr. Menzi. The next one, Human Settlements and Urban Areas, is the official representative, Councillor Lamborghini, and the Sekundi will be Councillor Cronje. The next, and then the official is Mr. Menzi. Municipal Finance and Fiscal Policy, the official is Councillor Barker, Sekundi Councillor Cronje, and municipal official is Mr. De Jager. Municipal Digital Solutions, and official representative is Iona Kritzinger. Sekundi is Councillor Swart. The official is Ms. Holzhausen. The Public Transport and Roads, official representative is Alderman de Blanche. Sekundi is Councillor van Noordwijk, and then the official is Mr. Daniels. The Water and Sanitation, official representative is Councillor Lamborghini. Sekundi is Councillor Kannemeyer, and then the official is Mr. Africa. Electricity and Energy and Public Works is Alderman de Blanche. The Sekundi is Councillor Acker, and the municipal official is Mr. Menzi. Then Health is Elder Lady Reiters. Sekundi is Councillor Swart, and then the official is Mr. Africa. Emergency Services and Disaster Management is Councillor Ndai, and then the Sekundi Councillor Struble. Official is Mr. Africa. Then Development Planning and Rural Development. Official representative is Councillor Wigwart, and the Sekundi is Councillor Steenkamp, and the official is Mr. Menzi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my recommendation to Council.
Councillor Skippers, thank you, Elder Lady Kritzinger.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Ek het die voorlegging nog gelees gegaan. Dit is net betreurenswaardig dat ons almal as councillors in die raad nou moet toesien hoe dat dit net uit een hand uit goedgekeur word of verwys word. Wie moet dien op die raad? En ek dink hierdie council moet dit consider dat ons moet ook uitgaan na die publiek toe om te gaan verslag doen oor wat aangaan. Speaker, dit is net wat ek wil sê is dat reconsider die samenstelling van hierdie hele raad. Dankie, Speaker.
Any other comments, councillors? Who's going to? No other comments, councillors? I don't see any other hands. Mr. Mahir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sometimes it's difficult to refer to the past, you know, but sometimes the past play a role in terms of how we stand going ahead. And my sense is, and I would love the opposition to probably comment on this, and even the comment made by our colleague over the Zoom, is that in the last term, the opposition refused to take up these SALGA positions. I still remember it was Alderman van der Wuffen, you know, who said to us that you're never going to send us secundis, etc., etc. And I'm getting the feeling that we're trading on that line again. But based on the question raised, I would like to hear what the opposition's feeling is regarding the setup, because ideally it would be, you know, an ideal setup you know, but I know that the opposition in the last term, they refused to take us up on the offer.
Alderman De Vries or Alderman De Vries?
I wanted to follow the Speaker. You know, at times, Mayor, in the past is very dangerous. We make decisions on based what happened in the past and previous terms. So I think that we must move from that premise as well. Of course, we did indicate in that stage in terms of, I think the question more of Alderman van Wiffen was the issue around that Secundus very attend and basically was only, and his question was more, why can't we give one of some of the other positions? Because remember at the stage were only 6, it's now about 12, if I listen, 14 working. So that was the basis of the discussion at that stage. I think that we have discussed this is not discussed, and we thought there was going to be another process, and there was going to be some interaction, but the chief can speak on that. So yeah, but for now, we take note of your proposal.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I acknowledged?
Thank you, Alder Lady.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I think in the spirit of building and in the spirit of that, we want this council to represent something that is broader in the district. SALCA gives us that opportunity. That's why we have this. So the thought would have been, at least because the committees, there's so many, at least if, you know, the opposition can get some few of those to go and to represent. I think it's a good thing. As I'm saying, we'll be setting a good example in all other municipalities as a C municipality to say that, you know, together we can do more.
Madam Speaker. May I propose 5 minutes caucus, please?
Is the 5 minutes going to be enough?
It's going to be enough, yes.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
it's now, you must be back by, it's now 14:33 on my watch. So be back by 22, please. It's slightly more than the 5 minutes. can call you guys. Thank you, dear caucus, for being on time. The multi-party caucus. We are just waiting on you, Alderman van Niekerk. Last week. Councillor Reuters, jou die mense op, man. Thank you. We're back at the item. Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we have heard the opposition. And Madam Speaker, we've realized that there are 14 of these committees. And we propose to the opposition 50% of 14 is 7. We will give you 7 of those committees for the opposition to be the secretaries of those committees. And we will negotiate on a continuous basis in terms of attendance. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, in the same breath, I know you press for time because these committees must be registered with SALGA. So I would then propose that the opposition, as in yesterday, can you submit the names to the Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. All the lady. First day at the back. First count. All the lady, Lechava.
Lechava, okay, thank you. We would like to, no, we must acknowledge, thank you for this reconsideration. And as we say together, we can do more. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you, Speaker. Just this is just a correction. I think the infrastructure committees, there was a mistake on water and sanitation. It's supposed to be Councillor Alderman Blanche and Mr. Menze, not Councillor Lambachin and Driver.
Councillor Skippers.
Speaker, I thank you for this. I just want to say to all council members, the mayor and all, that for purpose in future, let us go this way and we can improve. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. So besides for that one correction and taking out all the names of the secundaries, the water and sanitation is on page 10. That must be the official rep is Councillor Petri Branch, Alderman, and the municipal official is Mr. Menzi.
Honorable Speaker, just for the, in terms of, so that we get the sequence right, are we going to be given which portfolios? Because that's also critical. Just to indicate to us which one we need to work with. But as I say, we can do it and then refer to the Speaker. So.
That's fine. So after this meeting, we will only send the official reps to SALGA because they need to get their paperwork as the mayor was indicating. Then we will, by next week, yes, we will give the names. So for the purpose of our minutes on this report, Alder Lady Kritzinger, it's only the official representatives, as was mentioned by you, and for that one correction on water and sanitation, then can we go with this recommendation, and then the opposition parties will, let's make it two days, Maya, 2 days, will come with 7 names to be the secundaries on this committees. Thank you, councillors. Can we then proceed? Delegations and authorization during council recess, that's on page 283 to page 286.
Madam Speaker.
Proceed, Councillor.
This is just the delegations that we are basically, as far as the mayor and the MM is concerned, when we are in recess, that the delegations be transferred to them, except for those 5 delegations in passing bylaws, the budget, approval of budget, implementation of rates and taxes, levies and duties, raising of loans, and disposal of council properties, which cannot be delegated to anybody else but to council, and council cannot delegate it to anybody else. So I want to recommend that we go with the recommendation on page 383 and 384. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I just want to say that in the executive summary, a period of recess from the 24th of June 2022 to Friday the 15th of July 2022. That is our dates. That is also our first recommendation. Any comments, inputs? Alderman De Vries?
Speaker, over the years, we have really perfected this one. One that is just missed for me is the one around policies. That remember that the policies is in terms of council delegation, so that we don't give permission to the mayor and let him to change council policies.
I'm speaking under correction, but normally, Councillor, we've only put in this, that is in the Constitution 162. I can't recall that we have ever put in the policies also, Mayor.
Speak, can I correct? We have always interested that different. We have included the G is in fact one of the one also very important one, that all functions which are according to legislation reserved for council only. And that will be all those legislation that refers to council or municipal council must. So that is not delegated. So it's not only just what is in the constitution. Also the IDP is not in the constitution. But what I want to add, it counts currently policies of council, whether it's a human resource policy or any policy. But we're saying what I'm adding now is that those policies that they can't change policy of council.
You are proposing a G. EF. Oh, sorry, I'm reading under, yeah, the G. In the recommendation. A, B, C, D, E, F, page 384. G is in the background.
What I'm proposing that G was always there.
Okay, so we must put it in
one
the,
in terms of legislation, they can't do anything
Yes.
like that. But the add them is in terms of legislation G and also council policy.
yeah, G says all functions which are according to legislation reserved for council only. So you are now, we leave it like that,
And council policy.
and for council only and council policy. So that must be added to our recommendations, because our recommendations stop at F. So G must be added and amended. And council policies, Maya?
With the vested interest, I accept the amendments.
Councillors, can we again go with that amended recommendation on page 383 and 384 as proposed by Alderman De Vries and seconded by our Alderman Memory Boyson? Councillors, can we go with that? Thank you. E5, report on progress on human resource policies, 387. Other lady?
Yes, Madam Speaker, these policies were all basically workshopped with council, and I just need to emphasize, and it is all basically, it is regarding the new staff regulations that must be implemented on the 1st of July. And these policies must be basically, we must adopt it before the 1st of July, and it is in line with the new staff regulation. So there's not much that we can do about it. There's all of it is basically in line with legislation, labor laws, and everything else that goes with it. So I want to suggest that we adopt these policies.
Before we go there, I just want us to mention the policies. There's a contract appointment policy. There's a transfer policy.
Acting policy. Then amended training and development policy, amended internal bursary policy, external financial aid policy, effective staff utilization policy, motor perk scheme.
No, the motor perk scheme we've withdrawn.
That one take.
Yes, the motor please, I'm speaking under correction, but at the workshop it was withdrawn.
Okay, yes, I wasn't at that workshop. Thank you very much. But that is then, I think, the whole bunch of these policies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Can we get somebody to second that, please?
Speaker.
My apologies, Alderman De Vries.
Yes, I want to support, but the education training development policy is the next item. Separate. It's not part of that.
Staff utilization policy. Yes. So we're done with that. Items 383 to page 386. So now we're going to E5, human resource policies from page 387 to page 460. Done. E6, report regarding the draft effective staff utilization policy 461 to 477. Other lady.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is a new policy. Also because of the new staff regulations, it has been workshopped as well. And I want to suggest that we adopt this policy. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Can we get the seconder for? Thank you, Councillor Swan. Then we proceed to page 478, report on the education, training and development policy. Lady.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, this is also our education, training and development policy that has also been workshopped and that we also need to adopt. It's the same as with all the other staff-related policies in line with the new staff regulations and in order to compliance with the municipal staff regulations. So as per the government gazetted, that was in September 2021. So this is also one that I would like you to please ask council to adopt. Thank you.
Then 478, I must just get my pages now correct. Are we 478 now? That is the report on the education, training and development policy up 478 up to 515. Proposal and seconder?
Speaker.
Yes, Alderman?
I didn't get the
Yes.
the other document more than this one, because this one is the policy. Speaker, this policy.
Speaker.
I'll come to you now, Councillor Skippers.
This policy has the potential where council will have to
I
decide.
can hear, Speaker.
Can you hear now?
Councillor Skippers, can you hear Alderman De Vries now?
You are not clear, Speaker.
You want to hear you?
Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Apologies for squinting. Speaker, this policy, depending on how we implement it, will depend on whether we will take a decision very soon in the near future with what we do with the Section 79 committee, depending on the direction that we take. Now, in the meeting of the training committee together with the trade unions, we have suggested, and this is what changed in the policy works of that, we continue with the current form of the Training Development Committee 79 because its scope is broader than what the regulations intend to do. And there was a reference, in fact, talk about that, but we do establish in terms of the guidelines of the regulations that we establish a committee also internally with the officials as indicated there. But it seems that in the workshop there was a view that it might be a duplication. But I also see there's a reference that we're waiting for legal opinion from SALDA So, but what I think that within our next council meeting, at least we will have to take a decision based on that. Otherwise, in terms of the wording of that section 27.7, it's fine. It's just talk about the broader thing. Because at the end of the day, it might not be about opinion, it will be a political decision that we must take. Thank you.
So Alderman, what you're saying, this must come back when we receive the legal opinion, now not the policy.
Yes, yeah.
On that issue. Important. Councillor, so we're going with this?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Then we proceed. Do we have a second before that policy? Thank you, Alderman De Vries. The next one is page 516 to page 517. There's various ICT policies. And I believe there's 8 policies in that one policy.
That's right, Madam Speaker, that this policy or this item consists of 8 of our, it's all 8 our IT policies, which is basically legislation that affects these policies, our Constitution, the Copyright Act, the Electronic Communication and Transactions Act, Minimum Information Security Standards, as approved by Cabinet in '96, Municipal Finance Management Act, Municipal Structures Act, the Systems Act, National Archives and Records Services of South Africa Act, the National Archives Regulations and Guidance, Promotion of Access to Information Act, Protection of Personal Information Act, and then also Regulation on the Interpretation of Communications Act. These are basically legislation that changes from time to time as far as information is concerned and what we do with it. So these policies have been adjusted according to legislation, and I will also ask that Council please adopt these policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elder Lady. A second for Elder Lady Kritzinger, please. Thank you very much. Councillor Cronje. We proceed to 607, page 607, after page 615, that is report on 2022-2023 organizational structure proposals. May I proceed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This item goes about the proposals to changes on our organizational structure, which is the recommendation basically says that the proposals be approved due to the internal processes. They're not on its way. And the background is just the Community Services Department submitted proposals in 2003 for 2022-23 for the structure to be reviewed, which is outlined under item 6.2 as well as the Corporate Services Department. There are a few changes that are being made in this in the structure, so I would like Council to please adopt it so that we can move forward, as it has an effect on our service delivery for our communities. Thank you so much.
Any questions or inputs on that item? If there are none, can I get a second for Elder Lady Iona? Thank you, Councillor Swart. E10 we will find on page 616. E10 is councillors, we've decided that we must be ahead of the beast this time around, because we are waiting on the beast for their dates, and then subsequent to that we normally do our schedule for council meetings. This time around we've decided that we are going to do ours, and then after it's been approved by council we will just send it to the beast. Some of our BU municipalities don't have a 6-month calendar. They go in month to month. So at the beginning of every month, they will send my office, this is now our schedule for this month. So I don't know how we are going to deal with that going forward. But as I said earlier in the meeting this morning, Mayor, that this is an item that please must go to the DCS as well to the MM forums in order for us to please get alignment between the municipalities. What my office normally do is when we have an urgent special council meeting, we've got the schedules of all the Bs. Then Veronica will go through with Rihanna to see what is, if we want to propose a date, if one of the other Bs don't have any activity on that specific date. And if there are none, then we will schedule our meetings. But it's really now in the last few months, it's become a problem Because as I've said, some of our municipalities only got month to month. So, Mr. Mayor, I see you want to
Thank you.
respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we go with your recommendation. Myself and the MM will definitely bring this up at our different forums. And as you say, that we must be first out of the blocks. That's the first thing. And then secondly, Madam Speaker, we have noticed that our meetings are getting longer and longer and longer. And because of that, as of yesterday, just for council to note, we're no longer going to have MACO and council meetings on the same day either. Can you imagine if we had a MACO today dealing with all of this, and then council will be until 10 at night? So as of yesterday, and it will be communicated as such, MACO meetings will now be on separate days from council. Thank you.
And then added to that, council meetings will start at 9 o'clock in the morning. Anybody who's got a problem with that? No, man, Councillor Matika, you're just staying 45 minutes away. Alderman De Vries.
Speaker, if we want to do justice to our preparations and caucuses, it's going to be impossible for us. We will have to leave our homes at 4. The other option that we had in the past, a couple of years back here, is that, and that's going to be extra expense for council. And we actually, at the stage we stopped that practice, is that we caucus the day before. It means you're going to pay for the council's driving here, SNT and whatever that goes with that. So starting a meeting at 9 for a person to travel from Kanaland, we still have to caucus. It's going to be very difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible, but we should make the work of councillors easier and not frustrate councillors in terms of that. Otherwise, we're going to come here, ask for caucus for 2-3 hours and sit, and then the rest must wait. It's not going to happen.
Councillor, then on to that, I see your hand, Councillor Skippers. What if we then say there is a Zoom link available, and then councillors can do the focuses on Zoom? 9 o'clock is just a proposal. It's not cast in stone. We can even start an hour later at 10 o'clock. Want Kanaland weet, hy moet al vroeg travel in die oggende. So you don't even respond to what was just raised now. Councillor Malloy. Yeah, he's nodding his head. So that can also be an option, Councillor De Vries. Maya?
And Speaker, there are a lot of factors that are actually costing us time. And I know it is a very difficult task for you. One of the things, and we keep on doing it, and we also play it in terms of the vibe and what is coming out in terms of the items, etc. But one of the other items, Madam Speaker, and is going to make it very difficult for you, but you at times, you would have to make that decision in terms of how many times can we speak on an item? Yeah, okay.
So the mayor say he just want to open cans of worms. We will have a real look at our rules of order, because currently our rules of order is stating that you can only speak once on an item before council, and that is something that we need to revisit. But that is after recess, Mayor. We will definitely do that, because I've asked the mayor, well, how is he going to feel if I only allow him to speak once on an item and it's clear? Because our rules said so, and I must implement our rules. But I'm not going to open that discussion. I'm giving to the MM. Definitely after recess, we will have a relook at our rules of order and how it is implemented.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to sensitize council on the meeting of December. It's the 14th. It's fine, it can be set on the 14th, but that date may easily change, because it depends on the Auditor General finalizing their work. If they don't give us the report end of November, it may be that that date must change, because the oversight committees must still do their reports. So the 14th is fine for now, but let's just all be aware that that date may change. So when you make your plans for December, please don't fix it to the 14th, because it might change. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, so can we just come back to our discussion that we had? Alderman De Vries?
Speaker, I think that your governance committee should in a way discuss the issue about times, and then put appropriate alternatives in place. I also want to say is that it's easier actually. Well, yes, Zoom is or virtual is an option, but then also it's sometimes better for us to be in person in terms of some of the debates. But let's not take a rush decision now. Let's have the council meeting, the next one as the current usual way. But in between that, the governance committee engaged in terms of, together with the administration also in terms of suggestions, how can we manage that in terms of ensuring that we have sufficient time to prepare and caucus for our meetings. But I also want to put this speaker, and I think that the mayor raised the issue about the May meetings moving to another day, because I never understood that, because we never received recommendations from the mayor, other than getting a position from the DA caucus. That at the end of the year, let's have a look again in terms of our schedule of meetings and how do we meet, because currently it seems we're going to meet as a council every month. And that is going to be a lot. But I think that let's go with this, what we have, and assess it by the end of the year to see whether it is appropriate for us to meet on a monthly basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we must also the financial implications that you've spoken about if caucuses want to caucus the day before and they want to do it in person. So now if I go to our recommendations, I now need guidance because it says that the proposed schedule of dates for council and committee meetings for period July until December be approved. Subject to change.
Subject to change, yes, Madam Speaker.
It says there in 3 that it to be noted that the schedule is subject to change due to the awaiting of dates from SAGA and local municipalities. So does it cover that?
Yes.
3. Okay. So then can I get a proposal and a second?
Also propose that we accept it that way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Iona. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Swan. Councillors, then now we are going to deal with a new item that was emailed to you. That was the Gender Mainstreaming Action Plan. And in the recommendations, it must just say that council discuss and approve the content. That is just an amendment there. Councillors, do you need time to go through this? MM, can I ask you that Trix give us the background?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. We currently are very involved and very active in terms of gender equality issues. And we are in constant contact with the provincial department in terms of the section dealing with that issues. And we are also guided by the Gender Commission themselves. So for us to really ensure and give council the assurance that we are taking this seriously, we have opted to submit an implementation plan with specific actions and specific timelines to this council, because I think gender issues has been widely discussed on this platform before, and it should be a topic for discussion going forward, as it's such an important issue facing us as a municipality. So, Speaker, it's a practical implementation plan, and that council will keep us to that, and that we should, that we will from time to time report back on our achievements and provide you with feedback on what we are achieving in this field. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another microphone. The lady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to, there's some other things that I would also like to highlight and bring to the attention of council, and that is that South Africa is currently faced with a massive challenges to eradicate gender inequality and gender-based violence crimes, which is going on in our country. Is there one discussion going on, or is there another meeting going on? Yeah, one of colleagues across the road is busy with another meeting. Okay, according to the World Health Organization, South Africa has one of the highest rates of violence inflicted on women and girls in the world. The gender crisis South Africa is facing a stark reminder of the persisting barriers of gender equality and the rights faced to many women around the world. So this gender equality action plan of ours has been developed to promote gender equality within the workforce and to improve the outcomes of people of all genders who come in contact with Garden Route district municipalities and its services. So the equality plan action includes strategic key strategies that basically involve the improvement of data collection and analysis regarding to the staff and client experience of inequality and to ensure that evidence-based reform of systems, structures and practices, and then to enhance capability and capacity to foster a more accessible, equitable and inclusive environment for staff, and also to provide staff, particularly those who experience systemic barriers of employment or to employment with career and development opportunities, and to build an organizational culture where people of all genders feel safe, respected, and also supported and valued. So that to me is very important because I think this is basically everyone in this room. And this morning when we discussed those standing items, when it came to staff not being dismissed for this or that reasons, whatever, this is one of the things that we are feeling very, very strong in this department, that we should really that we will report on the gender mainstreaming action plan, and that we take this forward so that we can use this plan to the benefit of each and every person in this environment of the Garden Route district municipality. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to suggest that we go with a recommendation that Council discuss and also approve the content of the Gender Equality Action Plan report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elder Lady Letaba.
I just wanted to say we thank you, the department, for placing this at this time. And as the elder lady has alluded to the importance of this plan, in conjunction with that, I would like at the same time to work hand in hand with the department with our councillor, who's our representative, Councillor Kana Mayor, and myself, because at many platforms we have to report on all these action plans. So if we can be also be brought in just to be taken through, it will be good. But we thank you for this, and also just the implementation of it, just to have it. It's a sign of the commitment of council that we take gender matters very serious, and we thank you for it.
Thank you very much, Elder Lady. Before the image, are you covered, Councillor Joblin?
Yeah, Speaker, I just received the report now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor.
Now.
Thank you, Speaker. Just on the action plan principle 1, on transformation for non-sexism, on the recommended actions, tools, and methodologies to implement principle. Step 1, it talks about appointment. I think in terms of our understanding of our cost of employment, we should maybe replace appointment by assignment so that we can assign current officials to carry on this, because I don't think we can be able to appoint in this current stage. Thank you.
So we must change appointment to assign imam. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. So with that said, can we go with the recommendation that the amended recommendation that Council discuss and approve the content of the Gender Equity Action Plan report? It was proposed by Councillor Krisinger. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Alderman Paniker. Councillors, we're proceeding to section F, reports from Community Services Department. The first report is on page 626. You may proceed, our Councillor Ndai.
Thank you, Speaker. I would love we can go with the recommendation that is on page 627, and we take note of the report. Thank you.
Councillors, before I get a seconder, do we have any comments or input on this World Environmental Health Indaba Wat al verlede jaar plaatsgevind het, 28 to 30 September 2021. There is a proposal that we go with the recommendations on page 6 to 7. Can I get a seconder, please? Thank you very much. Before we go there, Amen.
Speaker, I don't know if councillors recall why this report is here. At the strategic planning session, we discussed the whole issue of the funding of the environmental health service, and the fact that there were issues that were discussed there at that symposium. And we explained that as things are, we are actually rendering this service for free. And there were certain undertakings that were made in that symposium about how to fund this particular service. So this is the report that we promised. If you go through it, National Treasury and other departments made certain commitments to go and look on how to fund this particular service, and time is moving on and nothing is happening. Our plea at that meeting was that at a political level, in the levels of SALGA where you sit, these matters must be agitated, because we sit on symposiums, Treasury and everybody else make commitments, but years go by and we have a burden, and people always ask us about our cost of employment, but we say that we have to pay the EHPs because they're working here. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Amen, for that clarity. So, councillors, I need a seconder. I saw Councillor Cobus, Myron. Thank you. So we go with the recommendations on page 6 to 3. Then we proceed to item F2, progress report on the Garden Route Regional Waste Management Facility project. If you can recall, the MM did allude to that in his communications this morning. The report is on page 643 up to page 679. Councillor Ndai.
Speaker, if there's no one maybe for a comment or some question, I'd love to recommend that we take note of the report, Speaker, that is on the page. Okay, thank you.
To be added after this morning between the mayor and the MM.
Speaker, maybe I should check, ask Mr. Compion if there's anything in him and Mr. Gee that the Evening Council must know.
Thank you. From our side, thank you, Speaker. From our side, maybe what's happening in the meantime is that there was a meeting yesterday with Zutari, and we're busy with the tender specification for the operation and maintenance tender at this period of time. And we also, as the MM alluded this morning, that we also received those 4 letters from the municipalities for us to proceed with the project, which is quite good news for us and secure everything. And I know the councillors was quite sensitive about that. And I'm glad that we can say that we can proceed with that. Yeah, maybe Johan Gee, our waste management manager, is there at the back. Maybe you can add something if needed. Thank you.
No, okay, it's fine. Thank you very much, MM and Mr. Compion. So the recommendation is on page 644, recommendation 1 and 2. Can I get a seconder with Councillor Ndai, please? Thank you very much, Cobus. Councillor Myron.
Mr. Speaker, if I can comment, I think we've progressed fantastically well with this project over the last 3 months even. We're doing well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Councillor Myron, for that. Our next item, F3, the progress report on smoke detector installation pilot project in Colwyn in Bossiger, Bito Local Municipality, page 680 to page 686. Councillor Ndai.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we did raise those concerns from the portfolio committee that whatever what happened in Colwyn, that is a resident of the municipality, it will rotate from all the municipality, because it helped us to save a lot of lives there. Because when starting the fire, the alarm smoke just give them the warning, and then we have been saved several lives there in Colwyn and Bossiger after we escalate these things in the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Maya, is there a possibility that it can be in the near future rolled out to other areas in our district management area?
Madam Speaker and colleagues, that's indeed the intention. I know that Gerard, Otto, and Wouter are already working on proposals. Thank you.
You want to say something? Oh, Councillor Kannemeyer. Thank you. Don't you want us to add anything? Lampis, you click me
Speaker, no, I'm covered by you. I saw only few municipalities as part of the rollout. And only maybe we need to look at maybe all the 7 municipalities. In terms of that, because we are all facing the same challenges every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lampis. Gerard?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I can just confirm that since this report was written, we got confirmation from the Provincial Disaster Centre that we will be getting 1,500 smoke detectors for the rollout in this book year. So that was very good news. They're busy with the procurement. And as soon as we got that, we will start implementing that 1,500 as well. And yes, councillors, we do foresee that we want to roll out to all the other local municipal areas in time.
Thank you, Gerard. Councillor Skeepers.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to speak on that, the enrollment of debt detectors. Most recently, family of 7 lost their house in Boychett. And most of the people are living in backyards, don't have that formal housing. So it will be a good thing that the enrollment will proceed very fast. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skeepers. Yes, it can save a lot of lives. The fire is detected very early. So it was proposed that we go with a recommendation on page 681 by Councillor Ndai, and it was seconded by Councillor Kobus Meyrang. We proceed to F4, page 687 to page 692, and that is the activities quarterly progress report with regard to the activities of the district food pantry. 687 to 692. Councillor Ndai. No other comments or Alderman De Vries?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just in terms of the report, just a clarity, because in the report that was written by the administration, talks about that we as a district have paid the full amount, the monthly amount, and then will be recovered from the participating municipalities. Then in the report from the food pantry themselves, they talk about they thank the municipalities for the payment that was made towards them. So I just want to get clarity as that does the fees pay us and we pay them, or was that the interim arrangement right at the beginning when it was set up? Then the second one is that maybe just a suggestion. One of the challenges is the issue about logistics. And they lost about 4 tons of some fruit. So not fruit, vegetables. I can't recall what it was. It was something, yeah. Because they didn't have a truck to transport the stuff, because the farmer couldn't provide that to them. And yeah, some page 692. This is just in where it's possible in terms of whether it doesn't have to be part of the resolution, but if we actually assist them, whether it's one of the local municipalities or whichever other private transport providers that we have relationships with, that we can assist them so that they don't have actually they're not able then to take all the donations that are given to them. Thank you.
The Alderman De Vries, just for minuted purposes, Councillor Akker had asked to be excused at 3 o'clock already, and then Councillor Parker has switched devices. Rihanna, I don't know if she has entered with the new devices here. Thank you. Are there no hands? Is it Maya?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on this item, the main challenge here is lack of consistency. That is the main challenge. And we as the Garden Route we're the most consistent in terms of agreements made with the management of the food pantry. We contribute on time, and other municipalities, they do contribute, and at times they then debate it before they contribute, and by then they're losing momentum, etc. But this is definitely something that we need to look into. And on the issue of the truck, maybe it's not an indictment of Mr. Daniels, but it is also things that I still need to get the opportunity to raise it with at a provincial level, because we've received phone calls, for instance, especially during some of the hard lockdowns during COVID, where in Overberg, farmers are saying, garden route, we've got fruit here for you, etc. And even ourselves, we don't have trucks to go and fetch. And then we get a negative answer to use the yellow fleet. So some of these things doesn't make sense, because the yellow fleet should be the first out of the blocks when it comes to getting stuff across borders or to food pantries, even to soup kitchens for that matter. But that's a discussion we're going to have. But those are the challenges of the food pantry.
Before I go to you, Honourable Lady, there was questions from Councillor Alderman De Vries. Did somebody note it? Can I allow Honourable Lady? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. For me, is that we noted the report. However, I think it lacks the side that why this food pantry was created or was established. Because for us, we want to see how many lives have it impacted. For us as council, how many people, which communities, which food, soup kitchens were enhanced because of this, of this operation. I think for us, the financial part, I understand, but also there's another part, the operational part, that we'd like to see that whether then we can do better, or whether which areas are we talking about. Our people's lives are enhanced because of this food, and then it makes it worthwhile also to even want to reach out and to ask, for donations, so that we know what we are talking about. But I would really like if this report can be enhanced on that level. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Lady. Mr. Otto.
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe I will try to address the questions raised by Councillor De Vries as well as Councillor Lichava. First of all, no, there's no payments made directly from a B municipality to the food pantry. It's all being dealt with via the SLAs we've got between the local municipalities and us. So they pay us and then we pay the food pantry. So it's not double payment. And then secondly, I've already received an 18-month report. I received it yesterday, and it will be in council, in the next council meeting, to give a full overview of what the activities was, how many households were assisted. All of that is in the report that will come to council next month.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Answer to Mr. Meyer, myself, and Mr. Otto spoke this morning about trucks and vehicles. By the end of the year, there's a couple of vehicles, bakkies and trucks that's going to go on auction of the PEA, the yellow fleet. However, some of them, there's nothing wrong with them just because they're not so young anymore, but there's nothing wrong with them. And myself and Gerard Otto said we can write a letter requesting or asking for one truck and one bakkie that can be donated to the food pantry. Thanks.
Maybe, Speaker, just to conclude on the report, and maybe for the benefit of council, yes, we will bring the consolidated report on, as the Gerard says, the full report. But on page 692, you will find some statistics there where they tell you how many meals have been delivered for the month of January, February, and March, for instance, which is about 381,000. They also do say the cumulative total of meals provided since opening, it's about 1.7 million meals that have already been at the value of about 5.2 million. So That's the impact. And this is also with the understanding that the food pantry did not replace the soup kitchens that are also operating in the various municipalities. So we will bring a comprehensive report, but I just maybe thought for this meeting to see that there is value to this thing. They are actually providing meals, and I think they will detail which areas they send these meals, who are the beneficiaries, and so on. Thank you, Speaker.
Maya?
Madam Speaker, in closing this, I just want to hop on the idea from Mr. Daniels and Gerard Otto. I want to plant a seed here. I hear the idea is, what is a nice word in English? It's a noble suggestion. It's a noble suggestion. But let me just outline the realities. A truck and a bakkie, it's good to have, but I would like to suggest, not unless we get more than one or whatever, but I would have suggested that because we get other calls as well, myself and the MM, for assistance directly from municipalities, like Oudtshoorn and Kanaland as an example, that are running into trouble. Now a truck has got multiple usage. So if we own the truck, then we don't have to run around. We can then dispatch a truck, whether it's for the food pantry or whether it's for Oudtshoorn or whether it's for wherever. But then we managing the truck. But if it's for the food pantry, it will be the food pantries. It will be parked there if there are no deliveries or whatever. And then we can't go and assist in Kayamnandi, or what's the thingy in Mossel Bay? No, the township in Mossel Bay, Kwanongab. You know, because we do get calls where we can help Mossel Bay municipality by taking a truck to Kwanongaba and we do what we do and the truck comes back. If it's more than one, then your idea is noble. If it's just one, we own it and then the food pantry call us.
Thank you, Maya. Councillors, can we go with the recommendation on page 687? Was proposed by Councillor Dai and seconded by Councillor Lamborghini. Thank you. We proceed to page 693. Update report on the actions taken by the District Command Center to address the COVID-19 pandemic. Here, Councillor Ndai, we normally ask Mr. Gerard Otto just to give us a short overview of the current status of where we are now. Mr. Otto?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Speaker, yes, I'll, for the sake of time, I didn't want to do a presentation. I'll just give you the update. At this point in time, we have got 294 active COVID cases in the district, with George at 155, Mossel Bay at 64, Oudtshoorn at 26, Knysna at 18, Bito at 15, Eshowe at 10, and then Kanaland with 6. We've got 8 people in hospital that is positive with COVID, 5 in the George Hospital, 2 in Oudtshoorn and 1 in Uniondale, but fortunately none of these people is on ventilators. If we look at the active cases per 100,000, we're now on 47 for the 7th of the 6th, we were on 72, so it's come down a lot. Then also in terms of vaccinated, at this point in time for the district, those that can be vaccinated, we're on 51.7%. And for the group 60 and above, that is 79.7%. So that we've always known that is the most vulnerable group. Then in terms of what we can see going forward, I'm aware of a letter that was written by the Department of Health to the National Command Council, who will have discussions about this in the next 48 hours. And this includes that the compulsory wearing of masks, they are requesting that be stopped, as well as limitations on gatherings and also the entry limitations. So this letter I'm aware of, and we're waiting for the final outcome of these proposals that will be discussed, and then also Cabinet must take a final resolution on that. And then lastly, not COVID related, but just a heads up, we did receive a severe weather early warning for disruptive rain over the eastern part of the south coast, so Knysna and Plet area, about 40 millimeters over a 36-hour period, starting at 6 tomorrow morning. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Elder Lady Lachava.
Thank you for the report. I just wanted to know in relation to the monkeypox, is there any in the region, just for interest sake?
Gerard?
I couldn't hear that in relation to that. Excuse me.
Monkeypox.
Oh, no, nothing positive. No positive cases for the district reported at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Gerard. So we will note that report. It was noted by Councillor Ndai. Can I get a seconder, please? Thank you very much, Councillor Kronia. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the items coming from the Community Services Department. We're proceeding to section G, to Alderman Ter Blanche. Report from the Roads and Transport Planning Services Department. The first item is the progress report on Madiba Road, 703 to 711.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I won't keep you longer than an hour. On this progress report, and the next three of them was all reports as well, and that's for cognizance. But I just want to break some news. Everyone that knows about the Sarsfield Road or Madiba Drive will ask questions when. Now when is almost here. There's a problem with the gravels. It's quite moist. Seeing that there's no sun, a lot of shade, so we're in trouble with that one. So it might be that the road might be open if we're lucky. There's some rain coming up this weekend again, but the plan is to open it on a gravel road that people can use it until it's dried off properly, and then having a car put on it halfway on the one side at first and then on the other side, so the road won't be blocked then, and let's hope. I need some rain, so I won't pray for not rain, but I will pray for sunshine after that. And I want to propose that we take cognizance of.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillors, do you want to ask any questions on that report? Can I get a seconder for yes, can you switch off the mic, please? Thank you.
All second.
Thank you, Councillor Jovius. We proceed to item G2. It's on page 712. The Roads Department's current fleet report for the financial year 2021-2022. Mr. Daniels, you must just indicate if you also want to add something. Page 712. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I will propose that we take cognizance of G2.
Second.
Councillor Jovius, let me just move by Jubileers with Prati. Thank you for that. Councillors, there's nothing that you want to add or nothing. We note that report. Page 725, mentorship program of the Roads Department. Page 725 to page 732.
That as well, Madam Speaker. The council takes note of this report.
Mr. Daniels?
Thank you very much. What is not in this report is that we commenced this week, Monday, with training a very scarce skill of operators called grader operators, 8 altogether for this week and for next week from a private service provider. And this is general workers. This is workers that's going to be tested on a grader because GRDM invested a lot of money in them. We took them over the past 2 years. We took them through their learner's licenses and AV licenses for trucks. Now they're eligible for any huge machine training. and we put them now for the scale skill. So we're very, very excited for that. When, as they say, when this report went to press, that was not yet available, but it's available now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniels, just from my side. So Garden Route is paying for that, not provincial.
Yes, provincial is paying for that, but we are Garden Route. Everything goes through our books, through our procurement system or systems. Yes, so basically it's us. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Can I get a second for that? I am happy when we are investing in our staff members. Before we go, Councillor Matika.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've noticed that nice, it's only one, and it's a red, it's been dismissed.
Page are you or on page 730?
Yeah. George, it's nice, it's only one, and it's been dismissed. Can I have an explanation, Speaker?
Thank you, Councillor Matika.
Yes, thank you very much, Council, for that question. Mr. Chabalala, he was dismissed for abscondment, more than 10 days. However, as you can see, sir, we invest in everybody, not in just certain people, but I will have a look at Knysna so that we can invest in more people in Knysna. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Can we get a second?
I don't want to, I just need to ask a question, Madam Speaker.
Relating to?
Relating to the names in that report. Because council has made a decision 2 or 3 months ago that no names will be made, staff names will be made known in any reports. This is a council decision that was taken 2 or 3 months ago. So I'm just quite surprised because, you know, yeah. I rest my case. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for that. Councillor Skippers?
Yes,
May I first allow Councillor Skippers and you, Amen?
Sorry, Speaker, I think something fallen in the cracks. This report is about training, at what stage they are. I think when they arrived at this one, they just explained what was the training, that is the person was dismissed, which was not supposed to be in this. So the names are right to be here because we're telling you who you are training, not people that are being charged for this and that. I think it's just a mistake.
Thank you very much for the clarity, Councillor Skippers?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, but just on that point, they are not most now permanent in the TDM. So I think the council must go back to what we talk about. And we said when they are permanent in the Garden Route, then it's going to be a matter. Thank you, Speaker.
Amen.
Sorry, Speaker. There's some misunderstanding. These are permanent employees who are upgrading in their skills. These people were trained in heavy machinery. Now they are specifically being trained for greater operating. It is a pity and a mistake that when reporting on the progress of that one, they just said he's no longer in the program because he's dismissed. And there's a resolution of council that when talking about exits and all those things, we don't put names. So that's not, this is in contravention of that report, but I think it was done honestly. Sorry.
Amen. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you for the clarity. Councillors, can we go with that recommendation that council take notes of that report? Thank you, Councillor Jobia. Seconding with Councillor Terblanche. Alderman Terblanche. G5, Road Asset Management Business Plan for 2022-2023, page 733 to page 817.
I want to propose that the council make copies of the content of this report.
Anything, Mr. Darius?
Thank you very much, Speaker. This is a RAMS project that's funded by the National Department of Transport, where we get every year a certain amount of money. And through this, through this project, we appointed 4 contract workers, 2 technicians that's highly qualified, as well as a GIS technician that's working for Garden Route at this moment in time. They've got 3-year contracts, and also a administrator. And with this, also we acquired 2 bakkies, 2 brand new vehicles, and that is not yellow fleet, it's white fleet through this program for GRDM. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's councillors, it says that councillor takes note of the road asset management business plan. Was proposed by Alderman Terplans and seconded by. Thank you, Councillor Joviat. We proceed to G6 on page 818 to page 823. Occupational health and safety report for April 2021 to March 2022. Page 818 to page 823. Alderman.
Thank you very much. The last one, I want to propose that council take note of the company.
Thank you. Nothing that you want to add, Mr. Daniels?
No, nothing much. Just to say that our people work hard. So there's a saying that goes, if you don't do anything, you won't get hurt. So our people work hard, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I get a seconder for Alderman Terplans? Thank you, Councillor Wolfbart. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the roads report. We go into section 8, report from Planning and Economic Development Department. H1 is on page 824 up to page 831. Any report progress plan for 2021-2022. Rosina Reiters, can you take us through the report, please? Councillor.
I shame it's not fair.
Other
It's not fair.
lady, you want to say something?
No, I just come with a recommendation. Yeah.
H1 is the annual report progress plan for 2021. Page 824 to page 831. Anything that councillors want to highlight? Elder Lady Lechaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, first, I just want us to be cautious a little bit because this is based on experience. One is that last year when we were doing the annual report, and because in the times of COVID, so we were able, the AG was not able to give us the outcome on time. Now we find it ourselves having to use Circular 63 to be able now to finish, and everything has been done, overnight. Like I practically had an overnight to write a report on oversight. And I think that was not fair. So all I'm saying, and also the committee members are new committee members, which I do not think that the time that of the Circular 63 is going to be an appropriate one. However, if council decide to take Circular 63, but it must be subjected to say that if the Auditor General doesn't give us in time, then we move to Circular 66? Because from where I'm sitting, I think the Circular 63, it also imposes a little bit of impediment on us to do site visit and to do a proper public participation. And I know that there is a court order that was said public participation is very crucial on these annual reports. So I think that if council, hence I needed to give this background so that we are able to say, if we are taking Circular 63, we're having the challenges to do that. But I think that in an interest of having new committee and also having the challenge that we experienced last year, that I think that we must refer to Circular 66.
Graham?
Thank you, Speaker. I think the COVID-19, the Councillor Elder Lady is correct, put a lot of pressure on the AG because they were working from Cape Town and so on. However, last year they insisted that they will finish the report, and they did finish the report on time. I think, as I also cautioned during the item on the calendar, that the December meeting may change. It's because of the same concerns. However, the item is not dealing with circulars now. It's dealing about the annual report process plan. So that's a separate matter. But if a debate must be had, I think at an opportune time, we can bring the report on whether to proceed with Circular 63 or 66. Just for information, councillors, there is a move to stick to Circular 63 because it allows the Auditor General to deal with late submissions and challenges and everything before they prepare for the PMFMA audit again, because this audits overlap. So I would say the concerns are valid as they relate to the circular itself and COVID, but last year AG really stuck on their dates, and by 30 November we got our report, and yeah, but we will, if needs be, bring back a discussion separately on whether we proceed with it or not. But this is a process plan for the annual report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Alderman De Vries.
Speaker, just in terms of when we taking note, because I know that the issue about 66 was somewhere here in my head. 66 is a budget circular. We talk about going back to circular number 11. That was the original one. 63 was the one that was later that have time frames for the December. So just in terms of that, we note that we talk about section 11, reverting back to circular 11.
Any other comments, councillors? So then can we go with the recommendation as on page 824? The council approves the 2021-2022 annual report process plan. Do we need to make any amendments? Councillors, zullen nog hier?
We go with the recommendations, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Meyer, thank you. You are so quiet and I'm also giving you new titles. My apologies, Meyer. So we go with that. Thank you. Councillors, we're nearly there. Nog net so 'n paar items. Report on the 6th Karoo Small Town Regeneration Conference, H2. We will find that on page 832 to page 850. We've got a recommendation on page 832. There's 5 recommendations. Inputs, councillors? Nothing from administration? No, nothing. Can we get a proposal and a seconder, please? That we go with the recommendations as set out on page 832. Thank you, and seconded by other lady writers. Thank you. Proposed logo and renaming of Calitzdorp Spa to Calitzdorp Hot Springs H3. If you can recall, councillors, those of you who have attended the workshop, we've discussed this at length at the workshop. Justifying why it can't be a spa anymore, but hot springs. It's on page 851 to page 853. There's recommendations on page 851. Inputs. Thank you, Councillor Joviat.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, as you mentioned that the content of this item was workshop in the 15th of June. And there we also learned that the 9 Calitzdorp Spa is leading
as it indicates that the accommodation facility offers related, spa-related treatments and so on. So, yeah, and it's therefore that we requested council to approve the proposed changes to the brand name and logo of Calitzdorp Spa to Calitzdorp Hot Springs. So I will propose that we go with the recommendations in this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed, I think I also asked this question in the workshop. Under financial implications, the estimated cost for changes will be a maximum of 15,000. This does not include the generic changes to signs where the logo does not appear, which also needs to be upgraded. So I think Herman, you did in the meeting, you did indicate that there can be maybe more cost to plus 15,000 plus. Herman? Am I now wrong?
Okay.
Oh, I didn't, Speaker, and Herman is sticking to his budget. Thank you.
Up your double, 15,000 and no more. Thank you.
Speaker.
Other lady?
I go, Speaker. That the logo there is there's no yellow color. There must be yellow. It's blue and red. Now there's no yellow. Speaker. I Speaker.
Yellow in the previous one also. There's green. Oh, the green. They took out the green.
Yeah, Speaker.
It seems as if Herman is now in trouble now.
Speaker.
Yes, Amen.
No.
Speaker, I'm colorblind, so I can't get into this debate.
It's a very good one that Maya, you also colorblind because I see you are now watching that logos. You're trying to figure out what are we talking about. But if you see on the old one, just after the white, I don't know, it's a V, if I can call it a V, there's a slight greenish color. But in the new one, they've taken it totally out. Councillor Malloy?
Speaker, I would, that picture is beautiful as far as I'm concerned, so I'm happy with that one. Then I would second Councillor Tobias. Thank you.
Councillors, so we go with the recommendation on page 851, 51, 52, and 53. We're proceeding to H4 on page 854 to 864. Resort accommodation bookings and concession policy. I know there was also a lengthy discussion about that in the workshop. We've got our recommendations on page 866, councillors, if you want to make more inputs. Councillor Joubert.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, this content of this item was also workshop on the 15th. So I will propose that we go with the recommendations in this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I just need to get to my correct page. So the recommendation is that Council approve the process concession policy. Do you have a second there? Thank you, Councillor Cronje. Item H5, report on the municipality energy master plan, page 865 to page 1010. We've got our recommendation on page 866. Any comments, Maya?
Madam Speaker, this is also one of the ambitious vision we're having as a district. And this is indication that ASICHIKI, we're looking forward, and this would actually assist the B municipalities as well that won't have the capacity to have some of the master plans, etc. So then they can then fall under our umbrella as well. Thank you. I would propose that we go with the recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Maya. Alderman De Vries.
Is that a new title? Sing in the future. Okay, thank you. Speaker, just in terms of three, not to have a big problem, that council approved that the administration start implementing the recommendations of the master plan. I would assume that once we adopt the policy, there's recommendations that the administration will immediately start to implement it. So just a question that I have, because we don't see that with other recommendations. So, but if there's specific reason, then I'd like to know. Thank you.
Is there an answer, Alderman Boyson, to the question?
I agree with the Alderman, the Vries. Whenever we walk out here, it's automatic for the officials to go and do it.
Thank you. So we go with the recommendations on page 866. It was proposed by the mayor and seconded by, thank you, Alderman Van Niekerk. Councillors, then you have received 86. We're nearly there. Then we're going to our in-closed session to the two items. 86, it was a status report on the human settlement sector plan that was also presented to us in the form of a presentation by Mr. Joel. So councillors, you have received it. Although we've received it late, we've got the recommendations. We've got 5 recommendations. That council takes note of the HSSP has been presented in workshop on the 15th of June. That happened. The council take note that the HSSP has been finalized and will guide the formal municipal accreditation process. 3, that the HSS will be circulated to all the 7B municipalities and external stakeholders. 4, that the overall HSSP be regarded as an additional sector plan of the GRDM, which reads together with the corporate priorities of the municipality. 5, that the plan be communicated through council's internal communication platforms as per normal protocols. Councillors, can we go with that recommendation? Can I get a proposal and a seconder, please?
Speaker, yes, we can go with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lamborghini, and it was seconded by Councillor Cronje. Councillor, section I, there is none. Section J, there is none. Section K, we're going to our in-closed session, but before we proceed to our in-closed session, councillors, you have received an invitation via email. You are hereby invited to the Garden Route Municipality ceremony for recognizing GRDM OHS representatives to be held as follows. Date the 24th of June, venue George Municipality Civic Hall, York Street. It's from 9 to 13:30. Can you please just RSVP whether you will be able to attend or not? Thank you. Alderman De Vries.
Speaker, but that's more administrative. You kept mentioning that we have received emails, even the ones early in the meeting, I haven't received it. And my emails is open, and even my other emails that is normally forwarded to, I have not received it.
We must please check the system.
I'm not sure whether other council is saying, but I haven't received the emails that was even referred to this morning. I did indicate in the meeting last week. My email address is not Esther Vries, it's Stephen D. DJ.
So maybe that is the problem. Can you just check, Rihanna? As not S. De Vries? Can you repeat? Councillor De Vries, Alderman? Is it the correct one? Okay. Stephen D. Okay, thank you. Councillors, that brings us to the oh, yeah, my apologies, to the open part of our agenda. Thank you very much, members of the public, councillors online. We will readmit you. I saw your hand, Councillor Skippers.
Thank you, Speaker. On that specific point, I received 2 different emails. The one that it has been cancelled, and then the other one that it's going to proceed. So I was confused. So after I received yesterday an email that is been cancelled, I also proceed with my own things, so I can't be there. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. And you've also made apology for the in-closed session. Is that correct? Councillor Skippers?
Speaker, if it is going to be online, then I can